Foguete. Falhou de novo. Eu mesmo aperfeiçoei o algoritmo de navegação, então não foi um problema do projeto. Não me responsabilizem. A ordem imaginária sabotou a gente. E eu quero saber como. Quero as peças dos equipamentos deles. Vou resolver com engenharia reversa. Eu sou tipo um gênio.
Só tem ele.
But what about the characteristics of the map, and what should we expect throughout the competitive season for Chapter 3 Season 1? Let's dive into some of the new changes and effects it has on competitive play. The first change that will seriously impact the way that competitive games are played out is the large abundance of environmental heals that are now available on the map. Previously, in Chapter 2, a lot of the slurp barrels were mainly located at slurpy swamps, with of course some others being thinly spread across the map in small amounts. Now in Chapter 3 Season 1, there are 87 slurp barrels distributed rather evenly across the map. Similarly, there are also 171 produce boxes spread relatively evenly throughout the map as well, so now a lot more players and teams will get access to not only the free shield in these, but also the peppers for enhanced movement speed. Last chapter, all the pepper spawns are basically limited to one POI, Catty Corners, but now the majority of named POIs have access to these outside of Rocky Reels. Teams like Janus and Vortex, who play second in the first Cash Cup of the season, heavily utilize this in their early game strategy. They land to the south side of Sleepy Sound, and on their individual looting paths, both has access to shield barrels and produce boxes, meaning they can essentially make the most out of the 20 chests they have there, as they barely need to use any shield that they loot. Vortex uses 7 shield barrels to the west side alongside the shield mushrooms obtained from the produce boxes to get himself all the way up to 200 HP. Janus lands on the east side and pops 2 minis, then grabs the 3 slurp barrels and produce boxes to the north. You might think it's a waste, since he could have just used the same shield barrels as Vortex, but landing more split enables them to loot the entire place faster, disengage quicker, finding plenty of minis along the way anyway, so it won't necessarily matter. As you can see, as they leave their POI, they are not struggling for shield one little bit, unlike many of the other teams in the lobby.
You know, Reese, while we're on the topic of heals, we have to talk about the new coolers. These trusty new resources provide 3 different variations of loot. You can get 4 chug splashes, 2 guzzle juices, or 2 chug splashes and 1 guzzle juice. We've already seen this become a huge staple in competitive play. For example, Booga and Skittles drop in Chonker Speedway that has 17 cooler spawns, and when they leave this drop spot, they often have 18 chug splashes split across both of their inventories. This totals to 720 HP that can be healed if utilized effectively. With the cars already equipped here in Chonker Speedway with those nice off-road tires, they have that ease of mobility around the map. With this additional mobility and all of the chug splashes from the cooler boxes, this allows them to spend much more time looting in zone for ammo and better weapons. The issue with this strategy, though, is that it requires you to take a mid-game fight for your surge damage. But for a team like Booga and Skittles, that's something they're very confident in. Overall, this is a very unconventional but successful early game strategy they've been implementing. Last but not least, we have probably the most impactful addition to the map, and that is the spider webs. These webs provide you with mythic Spider-Man web shooters, an easy rotational tool using the webs, and additional heals. Having these provide numerous benefits in the early game, like easy shield and fast mobility. Now, these webs can be really useful in the early game for faster looting, but can be a double-edged sword in the endgame. In this game, the first moving zone pulls from south of Daily Bugle to the northwest, which means there are a large amount of obstacles in players' way. Shady and Waze have boxed up next to one of these webs, meaning when the zones start to pull, they can leave their box and get an easy rotation from low ground without the use of a launch pad, and also saving them a ton of material. However, if you're not watching each turn in a messy endgame, you could easily bounce off of one of these and be sent into the zone, or even worse, into Tayson's line of sight. With these incredible additions to the map, plus some old favorites returning, we can't wait to see you all in action when FNCS returns in February. Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep beep!
Pizza.
Pizza, just because, I don't know, it tastes better. I like cheese.
Pizza?
I personally choose hamburgers.
Burgers, because I love fries.
Probably hamburgers.
High ground just because it's the game.
I'm more of a low ground player.
Probably low ground, just because high ground is such a gamble.
Low ground because it's more consistent.
Low ground, with the Spider-Mans in the game, everyone can swing up and then boom.
Comes with a lot more risk, so that's why I usually choose low ground.
I'm more of a dog person for sure. I have 2 dogs myself.
For me, it's cats because, well, right now I have 3 cats and 1 dog.
Definitely dogs, because I've had a lot of cats. One of my cats actually jumped down the chimney, so yeah, after that, I'm not getting a cat again.
dogs because I have one.
Dogs. Oh, hold on.
I have a dog and a cat, so hopefully they don't hear me when I say this, but I'll probably choose the cat, to be honest.
I would say by car.
Definitely rotation by car.
I'm infamous for being nice with the quad crasher, actually.
By car, just because I'm not very good at using the quad crasher yet.
Definitely car right now.
Car because quad crashers you can get shot out.
I think I'd rather have bionic legs.
Probably legs, to be honest.
Bionic legs because I mean I can probably run super fast.
Bionic arms, so I could go crazy with the crunch.
I'd probably do a bionic legs just because I feel like you could probably run faster and stuff like that. Not too athletic when it comes to running.
Definitely spike traps. They're way more OP.
I think spike traps because poison darts they're a little confusing.
The mechanical skill that spike traps took sometimes, there's a lot of outplays you could do with them.
Spike traps, those are really fun.
Probably spike traps.
Definitely spike traps.
Takeout, because there's just so many restaurants out there that I love.
Definitely home cooked.
Takeout
Tastes better when you make it yourself, so I'll probably go home cooked.
I prefer home cooked just because it's just what I'm used to.
Definitely takeout. I like fast food a lot. I prefer sand just because I am very close to the beach.
I like the sand. I really like the beach.
Being Canadian, I'm probably gonna go with snow.
Definitely sand.
snow.
I think I like snow more.
Definitely middle.
I'd say middle zone just because you have the higher chance of pulling the next one, better positioning.
Probably edge.
I'm definitely more of an edge zone guy. I was one of the first people to ever sort of do dead side.
I'm gonna have to say EU even though Bugo is on NA.
I think EU is the better option here.
Probably EU.
Coming from NA, I gotta be repping NA.
Definitely NA.
NA, 100%.
Again with another player joining us, Defiable, hanging out, returning to the lobby. What's going on, Defiable?
Nothing much. How are you doing?
Doing good. Looking forward to the season, man. Now, obviously, 2022 is here, and we have a brand new competitive game mode in duos. What is your personal favorite game mode in Fortnite?
My personal favorite is duos, followed behind by solos. Obviously, the season's duos and their solo cash cups.
What is your favorite part about this current meta?
I'd say the Spider-Man. I like how the mechanics work. I like how they function, and I land at the Daily Bugle where the Spider-Man is most common there. I really like the meta right now.
Who are you duoing with for 3 Season 1?
I'm doing with my friend Mojo. I've known him for over 1.5 years. We met in 2020 and just clicked in trios.
So tell us a little bit about you. What does your day-to-day look like, and including Fortnite into that schedule?
Obviously, I have school from home at around 3:30ish. Do my homework until 5 or until I'm done with it. And then I hop on. If there's any tourneys, I play them. If there's not, then I usually just play creative or play scrims. And then on weekends, it's tourney days, so I just warm up for the tourneys, and that's basically it.
How did you get into Fortnite?
My friends in Season 3, all the hype started building up at my school, and then they were like, hey, you should download Fortnite. And I've been playing ever since.
What are some expectations for you and Fortnite in 2022?
I hope to place top 5 in FNCS in one of them. Especially this one, because I mean I have really high expectations for myself. I want to place in a lot of the cash cups, and I just want to get my name out there, basically.
How do you stay motivated when playing Fortnite?
When I'm not motivated, I usually just take a day or two off, or if I'm like if I'm not playing really good, and I'm like playing, or if I'm playing really bad, then I'll take like a 1 or 2 day break, so I can just fully reset my mentality and everything.
So you mentioned that you like to take some time to rest to avoid that burnout when playing a game too much. What are some things that you do when you are away from Fortnite?
I like to play football, and then I also like to play other games, or I just like sitting in a call with my friends and just talking to them.
Thank you so much, Defiable, for hanging out with us and answering some questions.
.com/Defiable1_. You can find me on YouTube. Just search up Defiable, and those are like the main two I use. I'm obviously really excited.
Like, I'm gonna go for that first place.
Definitely, we're gonna qualify for grand finals.
I'm super excited.
Oh, I'm going all the way. I'm winning FNCS.
On the West Coast, it's gonna be Epic Will and Arkham. That's like kind of everyone's opponent.
I'm just making sure that I'm as prepared as I can be.
We'll dominate low ground and scare everybody off.
My duo and I bring a lot of chemistry.
You know, work a lot harder than a lot of the other players. I'll be at my best for sure.
I think they should be worried about me. I don't miss my shots.
I'm definitely one to fear in finals for sure.
Oh, ready to crush it.
We're going in this hard and we're gonna win.
I'm beyond ready to crush the competition.
Let's go, baby!
Just bring it on.
Let's go!
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It is Chapter 3, Season 1 of the FNCS. And one qualifier is down, meaning that only one qualifier remains for these teams to claim their spot at the top and take the pickaxe of champions. We have 6 exciting games today with some of the best duos in NA West. And I can't do this by myself. No, I have to have 2 of the best men I could find on the desk with me. So let's introduce to you these gentlemen right now. Of course, you guys have seen them on the desk with me last chapter. We got Panda coming back on the desk here. And then, of course, Takata joining me once again. Panda, how you doing, man?
I mean, I'm feeling hyped as well, Kelly. We just saw some incredible action coming from NA East. I also know in the qualifying round for NA West, Epic Whale and Arca, I mean, they dropped a high elimination game, so I'm excited to see how it goes.
Oh yeah, everyone, you guys, if you were able to watch Qualifier 1, then you guys are going to be so excited for what we have in store for you today. But of course, what we're watching here, maybe you guys are just joining us for the first time and we need to break down the schedule. But first, everyone, we have to talk about where you guys can watch everything right now. And of course, that's in Legends Landing. If you guys haven't been able to check that out, you definitely need to. What is Legends Landing? Well, you can watch all of this action here in the new Legends Landing, found in by the Epic Discovery Row. Takata, I mean, this is an amazing experience.
This is incredible. I love to see this, Kelly. You can join in with your friends. You can watch FNCS as well as practice a little bit. You get hyped up from seeing Arkham Rex, Epic Whale, from seeing the FNCS champions, get into a little bit of box fight action, get into a bit of practice. You can do everything you need for the next FNCS.
Speaking of preparing, that is okay, but guys, again, we're here to talk about the schedule, so let's pull that up right now to see exactly where we are in Season 1 of the FNCS for Chapter 3. And of course, we already had Qualifier 1. That was 2 days ago on Friday. Right now, it's Sunday. That is where we're having Qualifier 2. This is the last chance for either the top 8 teams to automatically qualify into the finals or for teams to collect the much-needed series points to go forward into the semifinals. And you can see the semifinals is going to be happening the 25th through the 27th. That is a 3-day affair right there, and all of that leads up to the finals the following week here. Oof. And breaking down the format right now, we've already had 2 rounds either happening yesterday or today. The top 50 teams from round 2 are now going to be competing, and you can see it on the bottom left score. The top 8, or the bottom of the screen, the top 8 teams are going to be moving forward to the finals. That's going to be in week 3. But we also have the semifinals that's going to be happening next week, where the top 8 teams from each session are going to move forward to the finals, joining the 16 teams from the qualifiers. But Takata, to be able to even make it into the semifinals or finals, they're going to have to earn some points.
Ooh, they're going to have to earn a lot of points, Kelly. If we take a look here at the format, it is 32 points for that victory royale. But be careful. It's a different elimination point format here for round 3 compared to the first and second qualifying rounds. It is 3 points per elimination instead of 1. So if you get 11 11 eliminations. That's equivalent to a victory royale. Being able to play for that late game and get those placement points alongside a good amount of eliminations is what is going to get you qualified to those grand finals.
And we saw that just 2 days ago, Takata. We saw a team not just get 32 elimination game and be able to essentially get 2 VRs in one game, but Panda, there are a ton of great teams that are going to be competing today.
Absolutely, and at the top of the list there, you already know Arkham and Epic Whale. They've made it on. They struggled a little bit in Qualifier 1, but here in Qualifier 2, they have made it to the final round here, and this is their opportunity to qualify for the finals. Now, there are a lot of talented players here, though, so it's not going to be an easy task for them to qualify. You see people like Chris, Wavy, you got Chicken and Kaizen, you got Krizix and Jelty. So many top-tier talent members here from the West Coast competing here in round number 2. So this is not going to be a cakewalk for any team on the board.
Not at all. Just like you said, we have Chris and Jelty. There are quite a few teams that are making a comeback from qualifying in the first qualifier and now qualifying again in the second qualifier. Here on the second page, we can see Frappi, Nate, Punisher, and Landjock, a duo I'm very excited to see how they perform. They've been competing from skirmishes to the World Cup duos, and now here in Chapter 3 FNCS, I mean, it's looking good.
I mean, we also saw Clay's favorite team there, E-Girl Obama, and I know that they're going to be doing so well, so I can't wait to see how they're going to be competing in today's competition. And there are honestly just so many teams, so many players that we can talk about, especially here in the region of NA West. But there is a particular player that we decided to get a little bit more information from, and that player goes by the name of Wheels. Let's see what he had to say.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? It's your boy, Life with Panda, back again here. And joining me today in the lobby is none other than Wheels. What's going on, Wheels?
Not much. How you doing?
Are you excited about what's coming up here?
This season has been going good for me and my duo partners so far, so I'm actually really excited to see how we can do in FNCS.
So tell us a little bit more about you. Tell us about some things that you like to do in your spare time, or just tell us that you love Fortnite. Whatever speaks to you here.
In my spare time, I usually like to exercise or hang out with friends. But I usually spend most of my time of my day practicing, 8 hours a day, either practicing, scrimming, VOD reviewing, anything I can do to improve.
It is quite a bit, like you mentioned. There's scrimming, VOD reviewing, etc.
Yeah,
it takes quite a bit to play at your level, so I totally understand that. What draws you to that battle royale genre?
Being the last survivor out of 100 is it's kind of like an overwhelming feeling. It's really accomplishing.
What's some personal goals for you in 2022?
It's always nice to see improvement. So anything like outplacing myself in the past would probably be my main goal.
Again, fresh chapter, fresh map, fresh loot pool. How are you going to use these new changes to your advantage to come out on top in FNCS?
When you practice and play arena, stuff like that, it actually gives you more of an advantage than other players who just, go into scrims every day.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Diversifying the way that you practice is super important, because if you scrim, you're only going to be understanding the players that you're going up against in those scrims. And a lot of times when you have to qualify for next rounds in FNCS, you're going up against players that you're not used to, and it's going to throw you off for sure. Final question, what's your favorite part about this season?
It's got to be the new map, the fresh new map, the new feeling of discovering new areas, learning exactly where everything is. It's probably the most enjoyable thing when it comes to competitive, like little things that you can pick up that some other people might not have found yet, so you have like a little early advantage. Yeah, that's just exploring the new map is probably the best part.
Well, awesome, man. Thank you, Wheels, so much for coming on, joining me and answering these questions. Where can the people find you?
I stream on Twitch at twitch.tv/Wheels, and my Twitter is Wheels960.
Awesome. Well, again, thank you so much, Wheels, for joining us.
Panda, what was it like to talk to Wheels there? I mean, obviously we got the interview, but I'm sure it was really cool to get some in-depth information from one of the players.
Absolutely, and Wheels is very, very confident going into today. I actually had the opportunity to talk to his duo as well, Batman Buga. Both of them have a really, really solid game plan going into this. They didn't quite execute on that game plan there in Qualifier 1, but Qualifier 2, they've made it here, and I think they're going to do pretty well.
Oh, yeah, I definitely think they're going to do well. And we're about to talk about one team that I think everyone expects to do well, but for some reason we didn't see them in Qualifier 1. Of course, I'm talking about Arkham and Epic Whale Takata.
I mean, like, there's so much I can say about this duo. Arkham and Epic Whale go back to World Cup, to the skirmishes, to the early tournaments of Fortnite, and they're still dominating today. Unfortunately, we did not see them in Qualifier 1, like Kelly mentioned, but now I think that's going to motivate them even more here in Qualifier 2. Dropping at the Coney Crossroads, it's a very central location, so having a lot of options to choose where they want to rotate, and also have to be a bit careful of third parties since there'll be a lot of duos rotating through that POI.
Panda, I really want to know, though, your thoughts on Arkham and Epic Whale and why they didn't actually qualify in the first qualifier, and what changes did they make to be able to make sure that they came here?
Well, I think it boils down to spending that extra time to understand the format going into the qualifiers, right? And I think a lot of the veteran players just automatically assumed that they knew what they were going to be doing going into it, so they just kind of slightly prepped for it and then went in. However, the teams that truly practiced and prepped with this format in mind were the ones that were successful, and that's why we saw a lot of big names from NA West not make it to Qualifier 1, and a lot even still struggle to get to Qualifier 2. So it's going to be a unique situation for sure for these players, but I'm excited to see that they can come back from this. That adversity that they faced there in Qualifier 1, it's their opportunity to come back here in Qualifier 2 and show why they deserve to be here.
Yeah, we actually, during Qualifier 1, had our analytical team send us a list of all of the top performing teams from Chapter 2 who didn't make it into Qualifier 1, and it was something like 40 teams, a ridiculous list. So it is, you know, the first season of the chapter, and between a new map, a new item set, there is a lot of changes that need to be made. And one of the changes that we're going to be seeing is Landjock and Punisher. Obviously, with trios going down to duos, a lot of changes are going to be happening, Panda, but Landjock and Punisher, I'm really excited for this team right here.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you here. I think Tokata's even more excited than you and I, but I think this team is very, very special, right? We've seen them time and time again. Again, a veteran duo in the space, stepping up to the plate and showing that they still got it here in Chapter 3. And not only am I excited to see what they can do here in these games, I'm also excited to see what their game plan is from that drop, because you saw where that was, right? That's not the easiest drop to kind of manage and go around. So it's going to be interesting to see what they can do from that spot, making sure that they get those surge tags early and so on.
Tokata, what are your thoughts on this team right here?
I mean, I'm feeling confident for them. That drop where they are by the windmill south of Greasy has 2 Spider-Man web shooter spawns. So it looks like they want to play the Spider-Man strategy going into this. We also know that Landjock and Punisher played together as a duo in the Fortnite World Cup. So they've got that synergy. Kind of reminds me of like a Benji Savage duo from Europe, but here on NA West.
Well, let's hope that they do as well as Benji and Savage did, because I think they got second place out of Europe today, so it'll be exciting to see if they do that well. But the last team that we're going to be focusing on right now, we already had a little interview with Wheels, but Batman, Booga, and Wheels, obviously, Panda, we've talked about Batman, Booga so much just from the name alone, but over the last chapter, saw Batman, Booga slowly climb up the leaderboard every season.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, another team that they've had skills, right? Well, obviously, Wheels, another player that's done a lot within his career, but Batman Booga, one of those names that when we first saw it, obviously we chuckled, we laughed, we love the name, right? But as a player, they have continued to just improve season over season, and they assured me, like I said before, that this is their season.
Well, I'm excited to see if Season 1 of Chapter 3 is going to be their season. And obviously, we want to know everything we can about all of our players in NA West. So that's why we asked them some questions in this video, Ask a Pro.
How did you become a pro, and what advice would you give to those trying to become a pro player themselves?
Hopping into a Scrim Discord and being able to see your improvement and going against some of the best, it will help you improve.
The 2 most important things you got to remember are just confidence and experience.
You have to see what you're doing wrong and be honest to yourself about it.
Don't work on everything. Like, don't be a jack of all trades, basically. Just work on what your strength is.
You're having a good practice routine, making sure that it's effective. You are improving. You're seeing improvement in your placements.
The best advice I can give you is to learn from the already established pro players. So if you watch their videos, you can learn a lot.
I'm absolutely cracked and creative, but I can't seem to replicate it in real games. I know some of the part has to do with my nerves, but any recommendations on how to get over this hump? Hop in creative and then make sure that you do also play in arena before tournaments so you can get the even balance of the two.
A lot of times when I'm playing creative, I'll switch my server to East, which puts me on like 60 to 80 ping. That way when I go into game and I'm on my normal like 25 ping, it'll feel a lot better.
Experience is probably your #1 factor in not getting nervous.
Honestly, same. Like a lot of creative stuff I use, I don't use like 90% of them in game.
I think you probably need to slow down. I'm assuming like a lot of creative players are really fast. They have really like fast mechanics, but in real games, I don't think you need that. I think you just need to know when to bring in those skills.
The best way to get rid of these nerves is just get a lot of practice. Does any pro have aspirations to join the broadcast team?
I am a pro that could definitely see myself on the broadcast team in the future, and I feel like I have a lot of knowledge when it comes to Fortnite, so who knows?
It would be nice to see former pros in the broadcast team and be able to like share their knowledge as they're broadcasting.
Yeah, Takata is on the broadcast now.
Joining the broadcast team would be really awesome. It'd definitely be a cool experience, especially since like a lot of the pros like know so much about the game. They could probably add that extra insight.
When I'm older and I'm not, able to compete as well as I used to be, I would, like to maybe get into a job like that. That would be a really cool job to have after competitive.
Yeah, Takata, that would be a pretty cool job to have here. And as our residential pro, you made it to the grand finals during the last season of Chapter 3. I have to ask you as well, being the pro here, what kind of tips and hints can you give a lot of the people that are watching right now on Twitch or YouTube about becoming a pro and hoping to see themselves on the FNCS?
I mean, a lot of the players and pros we just saw nailed it, to be honest. The first thing I would do is start stepping it up and getting into those scrim Discord, those servers where you can practice more, you can improve your skills, improve your game sense, and also just watch pros. Watch the FNCS. Watch this broadcast, but think more about what's going on, what these players are doing, how they're using their items they have, the materials they have to the maximum utility, and just kind of think about it more and adapt to that, bring it into your own play style, and see what you can do.
And Panda, I also have a similar question from the videos that you joined the FNCS team kind of halfway through the chapter last year. What was that like for you? I know that you started with third-party events, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So I've had some pretty awesome opportunities leading up to this moment and leading up to that moment last summer where I was able to join the broadcast, but it's definitely different, right? Obviously, in my focus, right, it had always been as like a player, not only as a player to play through competitive events, but also to play just casually. I really enjoyed the game of Fortnite, and so being able to step into a spotlight like this, gives me the opportunity, I should say, to showcase and spotlight my knowledge of the game in a unique way.
Well, I'm glad that you brought up Spotlight, because now it is time for us to spotlight some of our favorites that we're going to be seeing competing today. And although obviously we're going to be talking a lot about Arkham and Epic Whale throughout the next 6 games, I actually want to talk about the #1 team coming out of round 2, Salty and Criador, I think I'm saying that correctly, who were able to, in just 7 games, beat out Arkham and Epic's 10 games. So, Panda, what are your thoughts on that team?
I mean, look, anybody that can go toe-to-toe with Arkham and Epic Whale obviously are a team that we need to pay close attention to. On top of that, like you mentioned, they did more with less. Arkham, Epic Whale, they played out their entire 10 games there in that first, second round, I should say. So it's not a great look for them. However, going into this is where they shine. When they're in that single lobby format, when they're going up against players where they kind of have some idea of who's around them, where to rotate, and how to get those surge tags against certain players, it's definitely going to be a different format for them. However, again, they struggled to get to this point. This could be the season that we continue to see that decline of Arkham and Epic Whale. However, obviously, the community is definitely rooting for them too.
Yeah, I like to compare these two teams right now because Salty's team never placed below 10th place, but also never grabbed a double-digit elimination, whereas Arkham and Epic Whale had a bit of a different story, Takata.
They did have a different story, Kelly, because they were able to secure a victory royale, but it wasn't a regular victory royale. It was a 28 elimination victory royale in the round 2. Now, I mean, if they're able to do that in one of these matches today in round 3, I'll be very impressed. That would be almost enough points to qualify instantly, but obviously it's a lot more difficult. You're playing against the top of your region in these round 3 of the qualifiers, so it's a lot more difficult to do.
If they get a 20 bomb, I will lose my mind. But everyone, we have to talk about predictions, who we think is going to be on the top of the leaderboard after the 6 games are done. And I don't think it's much of a surprise. Energy and 100 Thieves, Epic Whale, and Arkham, respectively, is going to be my pick. But Panda, your pick, I think, isn't much of a surprise either.
All right, look, like I talked about before, I had some insight, got to interview these guys, and both of them just confident in their abilities. And again, leading up to this moment, they've been growing, right? They've been improving season over season, and now them together here in Chapter 3, Season 1, they are guaranteeing this is going to be their season to take over. So I'm confident in what they said. That is why they are my prediction for Qualifier 2.
Ooh, and you know I had to go with Landjock and Punisher. I've known these players for a long time now, and what I know is when they put the hours in, when they get their grind on, they do not take it easy. They've been practicing a lot this season, and now how we're seeing them in the round 3 of the Qualifier 2, I'm sure that they're going to play for that consistency. We'll see them a lot in the top 10. Maybe not like Arkham did in the round 2 getting 28 eliminations, but they'll definitely be in that late game, and they're going to do it consistently.
And as you can see, Sundown, typically from North American East during this chapter, is actually going to be joining us today, taking over Jacob. So thank you, Sundown. It's so good to have you back. I mean, we always had him on NA West last chapter, so it feels like the old times. But he's going to be going with the team that I just mentioned that came out in first place in round 2. That's Criador and Salty there. And Clay Staling, following my suit, of course. This is not, he wouldn't pick this team if it wasn't for, oh no, he would pick this team. But it's Epic Whale with the 6X there. I love to see it. Every chapter he wins, or every season he wins, he loves to add another number there. And of course, Arkham, guys, those are the 5 predictions that we have. Maybe you guys have a different prediction, but make sure, stay tuned, everyone, because we have 6 insane games to decide which 8 teams are going to move all the way to the finals automatically. And then, of course, which teams are going to gather those much needed series points to make it into the semifinals. Because once today's done, there is no more qualifiers. This is it. Everyone, thank you guys so much for joining us here on the Analyst Desk. We're going to be seeing you guys after Game 1, but for right now, I say it's time to toss it to our casters.
Thank you so much, Kelly, Panda, and Tokata. What is up, Fortnite fam? My name's Sundown, joined by Clay Stelling to call all the action here over in NA West. We'll have 6 matches to see who will end up into that top 8. And Clay, how you doing today?
I am excited. I was over on the Analyst Desk yesterday. Excited to be back here and with you, the OG duo, back at it again. I'm excited. There's a lot of contestation happening here, especially for the duo that I picked. They are contested right off spawn. So I'm excited to see what happens, how they deal with it. And I know in the Analyst Desk we're talking about what happened round 1. Arkham, Epic Whale weren't there. I mean, come on. We know them. We know that they always mess around that first qualifier and then come through. And when they need to qualify, they do end up qualifying. So I'm excited to see how they do.
Come on, we're talking about the team who would intentionally disband their trio so that they could just like get a little bit of extra practice in the qualifiers. I think they're only super concerned about where the money is in that ultimate final. But one thing I did want to elaborate on a little bit, we heard Kelly in the desk talk about my pick on that side, Assault Criador and Ignite Salty. One of my big reasons for picking them, yes, they had an incredibly consistent performance, averaging just under a 5th place average placement and a decent amount of elims in that second round. But my big reason is Criador is a tank. The dude played incredibly well when you watched him at the Streamer Bowl 3. He played with Nick Merckx and Mike Evans, and there was literally at one point where Wavepunk and Sancho were like, hey, go Tilted, and they're like, we're not listening to you, we're listening to Criador. He's the one who's making all the calls and all the plays. He did incredibly well. The way he ended up getting there was through the Community Cup on West. So seeing his rise and the fact that he got first place in the second round, like, I'm gonna see him pop off today.
And honestly, they could, because they averaged just a little bit less elims than Arkham and Epic Whale did, but a better placement. And that's really good voting in to this round. And that's great because, and they did it in 3 less games as well, right? They had 7 games, 178 points, which I believe was like 26 points more than Arkham and them did. And that's really something right there coming out of that round. So they've got a lot of momentum coming through. Obviously, we've got Jay Roses back here. We've got Aguilar, who's played a long time over here in West. And Landjock and Punisher, I'm excited to see how they do. They are a little bit older of a duo, like Takata said, but they still got that footing under them.
Yeah, there's plenty of duos who'll be able to go through. I'm excited to see. I think Landjock and Punisher play very calculated. They stick to a game plan. They're looking to kind of get as many points as they can. And one thing we've always seen with West is in these kind of qualifier rounds where it's not money on the line, it's just a spot to the next one. literally anything can and will happen. We're going to see absurd plays, great individual clutches. There's so many different little nuances in terms of how West plays compared to the other regions, and I'm really excited to dive into it.
I am as well, and now we got that 5-minute reboot timer as well, so you know West's gonna be pulling those reboots out of nowhere. I'm excited, and it looks like we're about to hop right into the game.
Yeah, we're getting in there. Don't forget, 6 matches to go. There is the sound of the bus. Let's hop right on in. Here we go, match 1 of 6, and the question is who will make it off of that initial fight. Now, I do believe Epic Well and Arkham might be fighting off of the start, unless something changed on the drop. Let's see here. Looks like we got a northeast to southwest style path, and we're gonna hop right on over to Coney Crossroads with the 6-time champions, Epic Whale and Arkham.
They're looking pretty good. I mean, getting that uncontested is gonna be great for them. Snacky and Fabs are contested, but look, I mean, they already got damage on them. They've already gotten to a point where if they just push them quickly, they'd be able to eliminate them. Is gonna take that Guzzle Juice and heal right on up. But Tilted, one of those POIs. We see a lot of them in Fortnite and Fortnite's history where you can contest and not have it affect your overall loot that much because there's so much loot.
Yeah, there's tons of loot. Second most loot dense POI on the map, next to Covert Canyon, which then ended up just getting averaged in there. Covert Cavern, excuse me. As we can see, our first fight happening just outside of Camp Cuddle. Slicknick have looked like they've already cleaned it up, and they're going to get the second one in there as well. So real quick pair of eliminations coming through for them.
That's what you want in game number 1. If you get those quick healings, get that Storm Surge up, you're chilling. You don't really have to worry moving and rotating around. You're set. You're good. And we move over to the log jam, and we've got Chris and Wavy. Oh, look, do we get aggressive? They're already on that forward foot. And I mean, look, if they go on to Fallen, yes, that SMG is strong, but you're gonna need something to back it up, especially early game as shields are popped. They're looking good. The other team is starting to make their way on through. No shotgun either on Fallen Prism. They got that shield keg, but not really much to come through. And look at Chris's inventory on the flip side. They've got epic and rare items. They're looking really good.
Yeah, if they're going to be able to close the gap and get those shotguns in the fight, all it's going to take is one really solid shot. And while the shield keg is very strong if you're able to set up, this isn't a situation where you have the ability to set up. These Ranger rifles are very good at running them down. And then Chris says, well, I'm not even going to bother running him down. I'm going to drive him down. He's going straight for it. Wavy Jacob and Chris just trying to run him down. The two veterans, they are no strangers to trying to push forward and find early eliminations. Sometimes it's been their downfall, but when they're successful, it's because of fights like this.
And that Ranger may be a little bit of a disadvantage here, as he's not going to be able to put as much damage down quickly. The antidote does come through, down to 132 effective HP, but again, there's no follow-up there. They get that initial damage with that SMG, but they can't really do anything. And as you see, Wavy looking for a different angle here, trying to put the pressure on from a different side. Down below, they're going to get time to heal up, but as you can see, Wavy went, farmed up some extra mats, is now getting back into the fight and puts them in an even better position.
Right now, positioning is the name of the game. With limited amount of resources, you don't necessarily want to overspend it. You want to get this fight resolved quickly. While Logjam Lumberyard does have a ton of excess resources, they take a little bit to farm up. If it's not wood, it's not necessarily the most efficient spot to mine all of that brick and metal. But right now, you can see Chris and Wavy Jacob just trying to continue putting the pressure, but Voltzy and Prism doing a really good job of just staying hip to hip, backing up defensively, and not really giving them the chance, knowing that if they are able to isolate a 2-on-1 with those SMGs, they'll be able to burn through somebody, but they're only really going to get 1 or 2 chances at it.
Oh, look, Chris may have the more materials and may have more HP right now, but he's running out of ammo. But a good beam there from Wavy, going to hit him from the side. As Fallen now going to go down. They're trying to push out, but look at that. Chris was there in tandem. The beautiful teamwork there, and they're going to get the loot. But it cost them a lot.
It costs a lot, but now that's what I'm saying. You resolve the fight. There shouldn't be anybody near them, and Logjam has plenty of resources. One of the most resource-dense spots on the map. It just takes a while to get through, so that's why we want to kind of close that fight up. So now we're going to swing on over to one of the other spots where a ton of fighting generally will end up going down. The vault tends to end up being the highest priority, and you can see right now, J Roses and E22 being the ones in control of that vault card.
And this vault, it has been a very interesting vault to watch. It brings me back to Chapter 2 days early on, where you would see people grab the key card and just run away, and then come back later in the zone, grab all the loot, and then make their rotation through. There's been some really interesting plays with it, but it looks like J Roses and E22 are really going to, you know, hunker down, try to open up. We got a replay coming in here. This is just going to be another off of spawn fight. Looks like, unfortunately, they're not able to get away here. It's just, look at the damage coming through, the teamwork as well. Nowhere to go.
Yeah, going to be able to isolate that fight really quickly and wrap it up. As now we're going to swing on over Mr. 6X himself, Energy, Epic, Whale, 100 Thieves, Arkham, doing what they typically do when it comes to a Storm Surge dash, trying to drive around the map and find a shot. You can see info on the top right-hand side. Arkham, Epic Whale placed second in the previous round to qualify for round 3 after a tough performance on Friday. And honestly, a tough performance all season hasn't necessarily been finding the results they're used to finding in the Cash Cups either. So really have to put it all together here today. But honestly, if anybody's going to do it, you kind of have to bank on them, right?
You do. I mean, you can comfortably predict them almost every time, and you'll do relatively well. What's interesting for Arkham is he's rocking double light ammo weapons right now. He doesn't have a shotgun. He doesn't have an AR. We've seen an AR with an SMG this season. We've seen a lot of different combos. But that pistol is something we haven't really seen that much in. I know both you and I are big fans of it.
Yeah, I think this season in particular, the big reason for its kind of falling out in terms of prevalence is, one, just how strong both of the rifles are. Like, the big draw on that pistol is the 2x headshot multiplier, but when you have the MK7 and the Ranger that both hit like trucks in the respective aspect, one, just because the aim and the rate of fire on the MK7, and then the Ranger itself just has one of the higher base damage numbers out of the weapons in the game, and you factor in just that SMGs when you get in the late game or even in any box dive situations are so valuable. It kind of cuts down on why you'd want to carry a pistol when you and I were both very much obsessed with it. There wasn't really a good light weapon alternative. Like, some players carried SMGs, but not really, right?
Mm-hmm. And it would also double as your AR in those moments, because then you could drop your AR ammo over your teammate. You'd be good. They'd give you your light ammo needed. Yeah, so it was perfect. It was this perfect balance. And now, you're right. I feel like it's an interesting phase out that we may see come back in, but it'll reward players that do have a proficiency with it. So moving back over, though, we've got Wheels and Batman Booga, a favorite for some, coming through. They've got a tall order, right? I mean, that's a lot of pressure coming through. They didn't make it last round, or had their last qualifier. Now really have to perform well, because, again, if you don't get to that top 8, it's all going to be about series points. And this time around, the series points are a little bit harder to get.
Yeah, luckily, everyone gets a little bit of a blank slate. Like, yes, you didn't make it all the way through in that first qualifier, but there's still plenty of series points. There's still 8 qualifying spots up for grabs today. So there's an opportunity here, as you can see. TSM Snacky, 33 Favs, looking for a little bit of space here, and Favs instead is going to find a couple medium bullets. So one thing that, well, the MK7 is so strong, one thing that I feel like isn't necessarily talked about a ton in the Chapter 3 meta, the unavailability of one-shot down weapons, whether it is the pump shotguns or those sniper rifles, means you almost always have the ability to react, unless you end up at a really unfortunate range where a duo is just able to kind of beam consistent headshots on you before you're able to turn an about face. You can pretty much always cover yourself up and not take detrimental damage. And you add in the fact that there's so many excess heals on the map that we end up with these really long drawn out fights where players really won't get chipped down to the opportunity unless they want to push. And you say, ooh, Clay, as we're pulling way south.
That is going to be a hard zone to traverse for a lot of players, as you saw them right outside. And you're right. I mean, that's one of the biggest things in Fortnite for the longest time. And I believe up until this season, you could one-shot down someone with multiple different weapons, and now you don't have that reliability. So your players that were proficient in snipers can still use them, but they're not going to do as much damage. You're not going to get as much storm surge. You can't really rely on it like you used to. You have to be able to find different ways. For those that were proficient with the shotgun, when you would pump them to the head, it would, depending on rarity, it would take them down in one hit. And a lot of players relied on that. So now you got to play a different game. You have to have these swap weapons. You have to be good at it. And that goes back to many, many seasons ago when the swap weapons were a big proponent of the meta. And now we see the first place team currently right now trying to rotate across from Fabs and Snacky. Not going to get tagged up, but they're taking a lot of unnecessary damage.
Yeah, and it's tough. This rotation is very difficult because we talked about this a little bit in the green room yesterday. I forget if it was during NA West or NA East. How once you rotate south past a certain line, there's almost no like natural high ground. There's a couple little divots there. So once those outcroppings, so you can see Epic Whale and Arkham are doing, it's so good when they're like you're talking about something and then you immediately pan to an example of it. Where this is one of the few natural high ground spots, and they're controlling the entirety of it. They have one of the like biggest priority positions on the map where they have sight lines to everyone who wants to rotate into the side of the zone, and they're owning both parts of it. So they have a clear view, not only the whole northern side of everyone rotating in, but a clear view of the entire west side as well. And this is part of the reason why they are just so good at the game.
And that also comes as a negative as well. When you're that good, no one's going to be around you. No one wants to be around you. Look, we got our first reboot coming through there. Evolve doing an end zone at Covert Canyon. Heals galore as well. They should be good to get back in. But that's one of the things is that's what they struggled with in trios a lot. I mean, if you go back and you look at all the broadcasts, you'll see that there was nobody around them in the immediate area. And that hurt them on Storm Surge. It was very hard for them to get Storm Surge. They had to venture out, actively go look for it. This season, I'm very intrigued to see how they deal with it and how they have dealt with it. Because, again, when you're that good and people know where you're dropping, they're just going to avoid you on rotation.
Yeah, you end up just kind of creating a bubble of space around you. And I think it was Chapter 2, Season 5, 6, and then 7, where they ended up having just the first couple of qualifiers. That's why they ended up making the decision. It's like, hey, we're going to disband off of the start and then play through those qualifiers so they could get a better idea of those Storm Surge routes, because it's difficult then getting into the finals and having to spend the first 1, 2, maybe even sometimes 3 games of a 12-game series having to figure out Storm Surge routes. And honestly, I applauded them for kind of taking the time to go through and study it and figure it out, because everybody on West does give them such a wide berth, because they really are the Kraken out there in the water. You don't want to even remotely test them or poke or make any sounds.
Oh, we got some aggression coming down here. Honda Biz, they did use an armored wall to get out of that, but look at that, the split pressure coming through with that SMG is going to be a little bit too much. Unfortunately, Shallow looks like they're going to go down, barely able to make it out. Biz is making the edits to stay there, and oh, what a beautiful denial there with the armored wall to the face. That player is not going to be happy about that.
Yeah, the armored wall, I was just about to say, he had one more in there and he needs to use it in the correct situation. Generally, you either want to throw it on a wall after a player has just broken it through, or slide a ramp up and then throw a ramp in their face to make them end up going around so you can kind of predictably box them off. So end up creating a little bit of space, but I really want to see Shallow and Bizboom just like that. Get hip to hip and fight together. As actually in the Elim feed, my boy Criador picked up at least one, might have been a dub there, as we can see one of the 2 duos who is underneath Storm Surge right-hand side. Evol currently taking 25 damage every 5 seconds. That is because his team has not done enough damage. It's something generally you will only see in competitive games, but is active in every single Fortnite game. They'll just be healing up on that shield kick, trying to use that to negate as much as possible. As I'm going to flick my eyes back to the left-hand side as Shallow is continuing to get pushed and backed up. Still has plenty of shields, but they're not doing a lot to return fire, and he's actually eating fire from the side there. In a tough situation, his zone drops right on top of their head, but everyone's kind of looking at him, trying to get a piece of the pie. The question at this point, who's going to end up getting the 3 points for Shallow? And it looks like, nope, Batman Boogie getting the confirm on the other side. That's your boy, E-Girl Obama. They're going to be the ones who get the knock on that side, and Biz is going to try and drop down and handle the Biz, but looks like the only Biz he might be handling is picking up the resources from his teammate, but instead he says, I got you, buddy. He's going to toss him up, pick him up, and back up.
And what a great moment for Biz. Just wait. Just sit there. Don't be too aggressive trying to get your teammate up. But here's the issue with this. He stands to benefit a little bit more if he lets his teammate go down there, because then he gets the siphon mats. He gets more mats than his teammate had. He gets all that loot as well. I know it's one of those things where you don't want your teammate to go down, but look at Chicken knocked to ZNO, and unfortunately, Kaizen is still getting hit because of it, because no one has finished him off. And Kaizen is probably going to go down here because they don't have enough to withstand this Storm Surge. But no, they're above, 16 above, but this is very tight for them. And okay, Elam does come through. They get a moment to breathe, but they don't have much heals.
I was just going to say, it doesn't look like they have any excess utility in their inventory, and that was one of the situations where the timing was almost absurdly unfortunate, with Chicken being taken out and down right as Storm Surge would have just eliminated him. They could have potentially given Kaizen an opportunity to have a little bit of respite and play it out 1v2, but instead now they're basically praying for some heals, and that prayer is going to be answered in the form of a Guzzle Juice. Now, Guzzle Juice, another new item this season that has very mixed uses. It'll end up healing you completely to full over a set duration of time. I believe it's 2 HP every second, or maybe a little bit quicker than that. Might be every half second. However, it will turn off the second you take any form of damage, so not good at negating storm damage. However, when you find her in the middle of the zone and only have a 20 HP, it's going to be real helpful.
Indeed, and it's a good combo if you can get in the zone, use it, and then pick up a med miss as well. We've seen the med miss be very strong this season and very prevalent to the end zones, because unlike the Guzzle Juice, it does heal you in the zone.
Yeah, I love the Med Mist. It's one of my favorite new items. The fact that you're able to use it while also being mobile. You can combine that with the sliding mechanic, maintaining momentum, and it just enables you to make more plays. And at the absolute highest level, when you go and look at heal offs, it's one of the most efficient items in that regard, because you can completely negate 15 seconds of the zone for one item slot. So it just barely is able to end up ticking over and outdo the 10 damage per storm tick. So see left-hand side, Gwen Arkham just kind of looking for potential pot shots, still owning a decent area. As now we're going to swing back on over. Mizu Trey, TND Kyoha. They're all the way up on the northwest side, so they got a decent rotato to make here.
And whew, that's a lot of duos that stand in between them and the zone. Your duo in particular, Salty and Criador there, looking good. And oh, they've got peppers, they've got a launch pad. I'll be intrigued to see if they use it here. They just try to go with those peppers. I feel like, personally, I think peppers right rotate now. Saving, let's say that launch pad for that half and half out. We move over left, bottom left there are going to be Wheels and Batman Booga. We're set up right on the edge of zone. They are looking good. Fabs and Snacky though on the other side, they're okay. They've got mobility, they've got mats, they're up. They don't have a lot in their inventory though.
Yeah, and here's the pepper rotation you were talking about. You can also see that foundation Mythic MK7 in Kyoha's hands, trying to just make the rotation around the side. And if you actually look at the bottom right-hand corner, there's nobody directly in front of them. So as long as they take the correct path here, they should be fine. Kyoha, a little bit of a slip. They're going to take 12 fall damage. Good job covering his 6, but Trade was not as good about it. And unfortunately, he took a lot of damage. That was not a small amount, and that's going to be pretty much the entirety of their med miss. I'm a little upset with the efficiency there, especially because they had bandages there, and the med miss is just so good late game that they could have saved a significant amount of that. They only really needed to use the bandages plus a splash there to get him back up before dipping into the heals. However, they're the ones playing in this. I'm the ones commentating on it, so I'll continue to let them make the plays. As Jelty making plays himself, you see the top left-hand corner. He's picking up Elam there. Arkham trying to find a spray there, but instead he gets sprayed back. Both him and Epic Whale lose that trade fantastically. That's Criador and Salty that said, knock, knock, who's there? Well, we're ready for you, but unfortunately for Criador and Salty, they get sprayed right from the other side, so they're not able to take advantage of that, and they need to be careful because they're poking two bears at the same time. And you know, Epic Whale and Arkham, they're not going to be happy about just sitting there for it, and they might have to actually be content as they see all of those chug splashes go off. I don't think they want to take that full one-on-one, as J Rose is going to pick up a double in the feed there. Snacky ends up getting one, and we'll expect to see a number of players to drop here, as we will have our second rotation of Storm Surge. However, not going to impact Epic Whale and Arkham at all. We will see another team kick up in World Cup. They're 23 below. They need to go, or they need to start taking shots.
And that's what they're going to do. They have to go for it. They know at this point, hey, the damage is too much. We don't have the heals for this. They look for it. They're not hitting any shots there. Still 34 below. They've got the mobility to try to close the gap there, but okay, no, barely going to be above, but still that is not safe when there are 5 players that need to go down. Boom, just like that. As I'm talking about it, you are going to go below. They are in the box. They are inside each other's POV. They're trying to get in out of this situation, but able to do it just barely 82 above.
We see Arkham actually able to pick up an elimination onto Angel as one of those other duos who is there. Good use of the Spider-Man Mythic Web Slingers to end up rotating out together. They're able to get back hip to hip, but it doesn't look like they necessarily have any more excess utility. We see it bottom left-hand corner of the screen. Punisher ends up getting picked up. It's all going to be down to Landjock to now carry the weight of that duo as we move in the end game. We see Arkham and Epic Whale, where we generally see them just a little bit below height, front side of zone. Keep an eye on the top left. Criador going down outside of our top 25, which is where those cascading placement points really start to kick in. However, he is yet to be confirmed, so still keeping an eye on that top left-hand corner. It's Epic Whale and Arkham. They're sitting relatively pretty, and Epic Whale somewhere along the way picked up a legendary striker pump shotgun, and we know he can put in the work.
They are going to put it in, and zone is pretty favorable for them. You see them immediately look towards high ground there because they are obviously a team that will go for that high ground and try to contest it, but swapping back over to Batman Booga, we finally get to see some chili chug splashes in the inventory. They've got 3 eliminations. A lot of our top teams are sitting pretty well on eliminations already. You see Fabs and Saki bottom left there looking for any sort of movement, as well as Wavy and Chris trying to find something to get going with because they are looking, they're out of options when it comes to heals as well. Launchpad going to come through for them. They're trying to make their way through. It's Fabs and Saki trying to find any sort of damage on the back end. Above, Storm Surge now for Wavy, but not that bad of a beam comes through. Looked a little bit worse than it was, and they get in zone and now have to move.
Yeah, someone benefit when you do end up getting tagged by that MK7, unless it's consistent headshots coming through. Nothing a big pot won't be able to top you off on. As you see on the right side of our screen now, Babs and Snacky trying to get in front of the zone a little bit. Good angle they're taking, trying to make sure they end up overlapping with it. So we're going to hop on board with them. Snacky is a little bit separated. You generally prefer seeing them hip to hip, but I think he might end up having those mythics. So he's just saying, hey, I'll catch up. As we're now going to keep an eye on the top left-hand corner of the screen. Nope, he's actually just right behind him. So doing a good job making sure they're controlling that tarp. He's closing it off and about facing whenever he thinks there's potential shot there. As Beast is going to find a knock onto Pars. We're into the top 25, so every duo that drops is an additional point. As Wavy Jacob does end up going down there. Chris is by him lonesome. That's on the right-hand side of the screen as the elims continue to tick off. We'll hop on board here with Chris, who popped in the big pot looking for a little bit of space.
He's got 35 builds. He can find some there if he recycles, but look at J Rosas and E22. They've taken the high ground. They are trying to make it work, as I saw Arkham there in the game, still up and moving around. Chris is trying just to work his way through these builds, not trying to take any sort of unnecessary damage there, not trying to make any unnecessary movement, as well as Aguilar going to pick one up in the feed. Chris is playing this perfectly. You want people to forget that you're here, and that's exactly what everyone's doing.
Just being a little sneaky snake on the backside of the zone, hoping for some tall grass to move through in the form of other people's builds, but instead going to invest some of his very minimal amount of mats. That was about a third of his remaining builds. Going down here, you can see Salty was actually still in the feed in the top left, and instant Criador get confirmed. We're going to swing on over Epic Whale with the 6X, with that legendary striker pump, not finding the shots. Arkham, though, is going to end up finding a knock, but he needs to change back the level and get the reset. They are going to be able to do it. Dueling chug splashes immediately top both of them off, and that's a second elimination, as J Rose is an E22 are going to continue the trend that's happened in North America, where once you get the high ground, everyone just forgets about you, and you get to rain down shots. 6 elims on J Roses, 2 on E22, 8 total, and nobody's even looking their way. They're just raining shots down. They have all the utility, all the shields in the world. Nobody's even off the second grid space layer. They're completely uncontested, and honestly, everyone seems happy to just bang it out in the lower levels. They say, hey, we'll fight here. Speaking of which, Arkham takes a huge shot in the back. Epic Whale needs to about face and give him some kind of relief and pressure. Arkham doing a fantastic job to disengage and change the level, but it's leaving Epic Whale completely isolated. He'll finally get an angle to be able to try and punish the two who pushed his teammate, but instead is going to be forced to rotate forward, as unfortunately he's running completely out of builds, and Raze is going to be able to pick up one on the backside. Epic Whale's going to drop down the back, but he just gets ripped to shreds. That was J Rose saying, thank you very much, come again, but this is going to be my dub, as Batman Booga trying to push through.
Yeah, they're able to get a nice shot there. Almost able to get it there. Wheels will follow up. Can he 1v2? It doesn't look like he's going to have the HP to do it. J Roses and E22 with the 12 elimination victory royale come through and absolutely dominate the lobby.
12 elimination victory royale, and that's what High Ground is able to do. But also, you can't forget J Rose is the Season X FNCS champ. That first FNCS where everyone said, oh, it's definitely going to be Epic Well, Arkham, and Rex. Well, this man came to play, and he put a stamp on it right away. That's a, what, 62, 64-point game, I believe?
Ooh. That's looking good. It is looking good for them. And you're right. A lot of people forget that about J Rose, is that they are a season champion. And they showed up today, and that's what you want to do. Game number one, if you can come out, win, and on top of that get double-digit eliminations,
you're going to set yourself up for a good 6 matches. You want to end up in that top 8. But to break down where we're at after the first game, we're going to kick it back on over the desk. Kelly, what you got for us?
Well, once again, we have a double-digit elimination game in the first game for the qualifier. So really, that is going to set J Roses and E22 so far ahead of the competition. And you kind of want that cushion, you know, Panda?
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, an impressive start there for them, but also an impressive start there for Batman, Booga, and Wheels holding on there to the final moments to take that on. I'm not saying that for any particular reason other than obviously Batman, Booga, and Wheels may or may not be my prediction, and this is why, because they just have the chemistry, the function, the flow to walk out here and feel like champions.
I mean, you can see how confident they are in this late game. Already on 4 eliminations here, and they're just plowing through their builds, looking for more, looking for any player that gets caught off guard, and they do it so perfectly. Going in together, the communication is there, the synergy is there. They just have to keep playing like that, and I mean, I can see your prediction doing well.
I mean, just from that highlight right there, it was the big names that we saw make it out of round 2, all make it to the end game. And Takata, there was something else that was kind of interesting. Around zone 6, zone 7, almost every team had a couple of eliminations compared to what we saw in qualifier 1, where the eliminations weren't really coming in until the end game. What was that?
It seems like these players are adapting to the format, right? Because there is more elimination points rewarded in this round 3 for the qualifiers. It's 3 points per elimination. So if you're able to secure 1 or 2 eliminations getting into that end game, it doesn't only help you with Storm Surge, it also gives you a massive boost in your points.
Speaking of points, let's take a quick look at our leaderboard right now. These are the top 10 teams during this qualifier 2. And of course, chat, only 1 game's been done, 5 to go. So a lot of things can change here. No one surprised, J Roses and E22 with 12 eliminations in a VR are going to be skyrocketing all the way up to first place with 68 points. But Panda, your team right behind.
Yeah, and we also got to talk about third place with Beast and Tao Tai. This is a team that we didn't get to talk too much about before, right, when we were leading up to this moment before we got into game number 1. But this is a special team as well. So to see them right there in the top 3 with these other 2 teams is going to be, it's pretty exciting, to say the least.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. And speaking of exciting, another team that I saw do pretty well, and I think they went down towards zone 8, Snacky and Favs. Takata, talk to me a little bit about this team.
Snacky and Favs, these 2 players have been competing on West for a long time. You might know Snacky because he's our previous Chapter 2 FNCS champion in Trio. So now still having that champion's pickaxe going into the duos tournament, I'm sure he's feeling confident, and I'm sure he's ready to perform well with his duo Favs. Unfortunately, we did not see him in the round 3 of qualifier 1, but now that's going to be more motivation in this qualifier.
And Panda, I don't know if I'm calling you out or not, because I think you actually brought up a really good point in the green room, but a lot of people may have speculated that Snacky and Favs were kind of holding Reet back a little bit, and you kind of had an opinion on that during the game 1.
Absolutely. Like I talked about last season when I was able to watch them live and talk about the Reet addition for their team, I knew that Reet was kind of the perfect addition for them for trios. However, I knew they weren't really the ones holding them up in that position. Snacky and Favs do a really good job of just showcasing their talent together, and that chemistry that they have is so unique. I don't think anybody on West, maybe aside from Arkram and Epic Whale, have that same level of chemistry.
They are also incredibly impressive mechanically, Panda. I mean, you can see just from those highlights how confident they are in piecing their opponents, securing those eliminations quickly, because when you're in these finals, you do not have a lot of time to work with.
Yeah, for me, though, I want to kind of focus on not the duos, but the solo, because, of course, throughout the game, players are going to get eliminated, and a lot of these teams are going to have to make it to the end game as a solo player. And one person we saw that have was Chris. Now, Panda, during this, I think it was Zone 7, Chris was a solo in second height, which I thought was an interesting play, but you actually said that it wasn't that bad of a choice.
So it technically wasn't, right? Because it wasn't a contested layer, and obviously high ground is going to be the closest players to them. However, their focus is going to be people that are straight down below, not necessarily the person right there on second height, because he was on the back of second height. So for them, they're already ahead a little bit, and Chris can just kind of chill out in that cone and then drop when he needed. But unfortunately, when he did drop, he dropped directly into a box with 2 other players. So it really didn't work out in his favor in that moment. However, you never know. Things can change.
Takata, if you were a solo in this situation, it's Zone 8, the end game. There's so much chaos going on. Where would you go? Would you go into the low ground, mid ground, or high ground?
I'm gonna be hunting for the other solos, Kelly. If I don't have any materials and I need to refresh, the last thing I want to do is get it on a full duo. So I'll try and maybe play the dead side of the zone or any zone which is kind of the safest until I find that solo, and then go for that 1v1 engagement and trying to refresh my materials.
Yes, everyone, 1 game down. We have 5 more games to go here. And with that beep beep, it looks like game number 2 is ready to go. So let's toss it once again to our casters.
Thank you so much, Kelly, Panda, and Tokata. 1 match down, 5 to go. 8 spots up for grabs. And right now, J Rose is in Etu2 with 68 points in game number 1. Really put a stamp on it, bud.
They did, and I'm excited to see if they can keep it going in game number 2. A sniper shot from Kaboo. Gonna line it up. No, the stutter step gonna get that player out, but it doesn't matter when you have that MK7. You know they gotta be 2 shots away from going down. That one's gonna hurt. They could go for it, but it's just not worth it at this time. That's just good storm surge damage from off this drop.
I never hesitate on those sniper shots, right? Like I feel like it's like, oh, I want to wait the half second to hit the headshot. The MK7 is so good, and the sniper actually swaps very fast in terms of its unequipped time coming through there. Like, just throw the body shot away when you know you have it lined up. Like, trying to take the extra half second is not going to end up worth it. Of course, easy to say that in hindsight, but I mean, it's something you've talked about a ton, Clyde.
Indeed, and one of the things with the sniper this season is you can actually animation cancel it. Like back in the day, you used to when you would sprint to stop that reload, right? You can swap over to your MK7, get that shot, and then swap over, and it would have been about the same time as if you stayed on that swap of the sniper rifle waiting for it to reload. So it would have been really good for them to be able to do that swap, right? And knowing that about the game would have been good, but unfortunately, hey, you know, you miss a shot you don't take. They took the shot, but unfortunately they still did miss there. Looking at Wheels and Batman Booga, though, look at, oh, they got a llama. They got a llama, and I mean, that's not one that always is there, right? But llamas this season, I mean, they set you up for so much success, especially with those chilly chug splashes, just because they're both that heal and that mobility, and when you need it this season, it's hard.
I think it's, I don't want to say arguably, because argue is the wrong word, but I think statistically right now it might be the strongest drop spot on the map. If you look at just the FNCS qualifier today, both EU and NA were won by the teams who ended up playing the Llama split. And I think it's because the immediate influx of maths and then the adaptability of routes, right? The option to immediately dip into Covert Cavern and know you're going to have more materials, more pace than the other people who are fighting there, or your option to then just go rotate to the center zone, kind of use that initial influx to know that, hey, we can go center up on just about a third of the material we would normally need, and we're going to be totally okay, right? And I think if the continued trends ends up being that spot is just outright winning tournaments, more teams are going to start kind of staking a claim towards it.
And you can even kind of disrupt it as well, right? You don't have to necessarily land there to disrupt the llama because, is Fallen Prism gonna go down? The confirmation is maybe Jacob and Chris. Are gonna try to push, but look at Fallen Holtzy there, just taking down Wavy Jacob with that MK7. That's why you don't really push up into one if you don't have a good angle. You're just gonna go down, and now Chris has to try to clutch up. But right, you can fly over that llama, kind of disrupt it, make it start moving, and then that team won't be able to do anything about it. They'll just get the scraps because the llama will go away before they have the chance to get it. And now back into the fight, Chris has the high ground. What will Foltzy do there? Are they gonna be able to hit the same shots? I don't know.
Yeah, there is a slight weapon strength advantage on Fultzy's side. He does have the epic variance of what Chris is holding, but Chris is the only one with that SMG. However, while trying to take a little bit of pot shot and pressure, Fultzy able to answer back with that epic striker pump and going to be able to do it. The stinger, though, adding a bunch of pressure, and I actually lied. Fultzy does have a stinger in there, so pretty much identical loadouts. However, Fultzy has the excess shield, so he's more than happy to continue taking these trades.
The med misuser, just a little bit of HP, as we do see Mags gonna get elims there. E22 actually gonna fall there to Buzzo. That's gonna be big. Nice shot there. Chris gonna be down 55 less HP. Does have the med miss to try to make something happen. The wall replace will come through, but Fultzy's not caught off guard by that. Oh, almost actually gonna get caught off guard, but minis will be popped again. They've got the overall effective HP advantage. They've got the item advantage, but can they hit their shots? Because Chris is really good. Oh, almost going down to fall damage there. Fultzy is getting so close, but Chris is still somehow able to get out.
Chris is fighting very well defensively right now, but I think Fultzy knows. Yeah, I think Fultzy knows Chris is very low on mats, and actually, as he ends up going and picking it up, I think Chris only had 2 extra builds there, because you end up dropping 15 when you do end up getting eliminated, as they're going to swing on over, or match 1 winners. To Brute, well, it looks like he found a knife in his back, as he's down early right now, and J Rose is trying to do his best to stock up on some materials. He's already sitting at 102, and he's got that's extra bricks, so not really sure what he's doing. Maybe just trying to create a little bit of additional space, own a little bit more of the real estate around here, figure out a way to maybe loop back around and grab Et22's card. But he's in a real tough position right now with a bunch of 2-0s near him. Look at the bottom right hand corner of the map, Clay. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe a 6 down there as well.
And that's Covert Cavern there, right? I mean, it's so powerful. You've got that vault. Oh, but wait a minute, is he going to be able to find a bait almost coming through? But right, you have this surplus of loot there, which means a lot of duos are going to rotate through there. Even as we've only just started moving on that first zone, they want the loot, and there's always going to be leftover. There's never going to be enough people in that area to pick up every ounce of loot. So if you're on a scavenger route, rotating through there is really good for you. And now that makes it that much harder for J Roses, because he has to worry about those players as well. He's going to look to try to make their way through, and yep, I think this is where he's going for that reboot card. I think is where his path is, but again, we'll have to wait and see. And we move over to Zuko and E-Girl here, who are also in Covert Cavern as well. They pick up 1 elimination. Oh my! Oh, and look at their loadout. Look at how many heals they have.
They're just stacked on deck right now, just trying to push through. But the only thing they're putting on ice is their opponents, as they just run through yet another one. Convict goes down, and it wasn't the Flu on the other end, it was Zuko. Just keep an eye in the top left-hand corner. Fultzy looks like he resolved yet another fight there, so potentially a pickup and then some good plays going there. J Rose is still just kind of like a rat in a maze, running around. Doesn't look like he's been able to grab that card quite yet. He might have been able to grab it and get out there, and based on the fact that he's disengaging, he's either got it or he said, it's a little bit too hot for me on this party. I'm gonna go outside and catch some fresh air. Somebody who's had in a fight down by Logjam Lumberyard right now. Hounds, Prism, it's got Wale on the other side of it, trying to put some pressure on.
And they're running out of ammo in that SMG. They got to be careful, right? That 61 ammo will deplete very quickly, as the MK7 gonna punish Hound for looking just a little bit too long. Vanellas and Wale will get a moment of breath. They get a chance to heal back up. Even will get a chance to pop a medkit, and that is just to show how much pressure was taken off of them. And they're still in a good spot. Yes, that damage did come through, but look at it. They still got to get them out of heals. Yes, only 1 chug splash there, but still have all charges left in their mythic Spider-Man web slingers. They are, I'd say, relatively in a good spot.
Yeah, and J Rose is like dipped. He went all the way over to Camp Cuddle, and he says, all right, we got the points. We'll get you back up on our feet. Hopefully we've traded enough, and Storm Surge isn't going to be a problem, but was able to end up grabbing that card, get him back in the game, and A West starts the trend of, hey, getting their buddies back up on their feet.
Well, and we know how powerful it is early in the game to get your teammate back up. It's just much more beneficial early game than that the West reboots that we've seen late game, because we know they're coming. We know that they can do it. We even saw one a couple of seasons ago in a half in, half out reboot all the way back in Lazy Lake when the map was unflipped over, as we do see Yellow Glow take down an opponent there, get the elimination as we move over. Static and Blast going head to head. Look at the armored wall usage here. His teammate gonna actually hop in there, get the elimination for him, doesn't need to, and already standing on 4 eliminations for this. And using Med Mist early, I can't help to think maybe just the Chug Splashes would have been better.
Yeah, they do end up having the excess of Chug Splashes, but especially with those big shields, it's just more about slot management. What do you end up carrying? And while the Med Mist is there, it seems like that might have ended up being their extra white heal. So it's just like, hey, if you're not going to end up carrying something else, might as well burn through it if you're going to drop it on the ground, right?
Oh, exactly. And look, this is actually kind of genius. Using that shield keg, because they know, hey, we're not really going to get a chance to use it, because look at where they are. To just go ahead and peek, over peek, look for those tags, look for anything, because it's going to immediately heal them back up. Like, there's literally no punishment there for them to take any sort of damage, because it's just healing them right back up to full. So those are pretty great usage of it, and I want to see more of it.
I think definitely one of the items that, while not necessarily the strongest thing in the game, it has very strong situational uses.
Exactly. I think it's the best way to put it. Is it's one of the most situational using items, if you will, because it's just, hey, you have a space for this and we're already set up in zone, it's definitely worth using. Like right now, it's not worth grabbing. But J Roses in ET2 did set a new single game point record in game number 1 for NA West. That's going to be 68. But Sundown, they are below Surge. Zone is already moving, and they already are using a lot of their match and shields. This is not looking good.
Yeah, but they're not too below Surge, and they do have this truck just trying to drive its way across the water. I think this might end up being a circumstance where you double back and potentially consider dropping one of those Stinger SMGs for a shield tag, because there's not a whole lot of teams here, and if you're not able to get these tags like right here, right now, you're going to just end up pushing into people who are already going to be holding zone on you. So it's going to be incredibly difficult for this duo to be able to make up the damage they need. But even as I say that, they've whittled the number down from 78 to 17. So they're doing a good job. And J Roses does have a ton of Chug Splashes as well as excess big shields. So as long as they can get a line here onto Zeno and Nick Jaw and potentially take this fight sooner rather than later, they shouldn't be in a bad situation. But not having a shotgun and then immediately closing the gap puts them in a terrible position. Still 3 below, and that Storm Surge will start ticking in 45 seconds. So they got time to figure it out, but the clock is literally ticking.
Barely above 21, now down to 18. It may hold, but again, with 8 players that need to go down, everyone's going to be looking for tags. J Rose is just going to go in. This is how they're looking to get their eliminations. Looks like another one coming over just yet. No. Able to actually get out of it, and now look at the swap there, the little bait and switch, and J Roses is going to fall for it there. E22 has about 70 effective HP, trying to get back up. Will get 1 elimination. I believe that actually may have gone over to J Roses, so no siphon there granted, but that was such a good play from Nick Jaw, just to bait out his teammate who he knew was weak, swap places with them, and get that elimination.
Yeah, that's what you have to end up doing in that circumstance. But right now, 8-2, looking for a little bit of space, trying to put in the work. They are above Storm Surge, but it is a 2-tick storm. So even with the launch pad times ticking just past the hour, one more, not enough. He goes down. But luckily for him, he did not get tagged on the way. So there's 3 points that just kind of disappear off into the void. They'll be a little happy about that. And you can see Arkham and Epic Well, I thought they were actually going to box up on top of those slit barrels, which would have been a slightly more efficient strategy, because you could have boxed up on metal and then been able to just have the metal ready to go, as well as extra HP for trading. But instead, going to go a little bit past them and make sure they are just right in the center of the zone.
And they're being a little bit greedy keeping that car around, because as we all know, everyone in Fortnite knows, they're just going to shoot the car. Any opponent's going to see that car inside of a base, and they're just going to shoot it. As we move over, look at World. They did who's their teammate, but you gotta look at their loadout. They've got the web slingers, they've got a legendary and epic SMG in their inventory. They've got a lot to work with. So overall, we'll be in a good spot for a solo. Definitely want to have their teammate up, but not bad overall. I mean, I as a solo, I would love to have max mats and 11 chug splashes with max charges in my web slingers.
I would also really like to not be a solo, you know, if I had that option. That'd be fantastic. I mean, this situation isn't terrible. I will say the one thing, as a solo, especially in a duo scenarios, in solos, it's a little bit less pressing, but not carrying a shotgun is tough because, yes, while the Stinger SMGs are very strong, the Stingers, just by their nature of being kind of the close quarters combat weapon, is a weapon of attrition. You have to go in and you have to trade out. It doesn't matter how good or how strong that weapon is. If you then dive in a 1v2 and somebody chunks you with a shotgun, you're not winning that trade. Period, full stop. Without having that kind of big one-shot potential that ends up coming with carrying a shotgun and being able to hit the shots, it becomes a lot harder to just single out somebody and then finish them. Because not only do you have to burn through the entirety of their shield and their HP, you have to finish the downed opponent if they're not a solo. Oh, this is brilliant.
Oh, I love this. I love this already. You can see it setting up perfectly. Just going to give them that maximum amount of rotation coming through. And it's just ingenuity as well from these top players that'll set them apart, as well as does look for some tags on the other side. I wonder where they're standing at 0 eliminations. They are second place currently. Oh, look at that damage coming through. That unfortunately is going to get sniped away. Doesn't matter right now. If, yes, he gets that elimination, it's an extra couple points towards them. But right now, Storm Surge is very prevalent, and with them having no elims, I worry about where they're sitting.
Yeah, they have a great angle. Like, shout out to the observers right now for just showing. They can see pretty much the entire rest of the lobby in zones right in front of them, right? So they don't have to go necessarily far. They can hang out here forever. And then when they do decide to go, they have a nice little jump already set up, ready to go. Just Evil Knievel style, just yeet themselves into the fray. Honestly, while the foresight to set up the play is really nice, I don't think you need it. I think you just slide down the hill and you box up on the natural high ground directly in front of you, despite the fact that I do want to see somebody just go fly.
I'm with you. I want to see him do it, but again, it's one of those things that's like, could have done it without it, but it'll be good to see regardless as we get a nice picture of 3 of our biggest competitors here. Fabs and Snacky on the bottom left. From Epic Whale there on the bottom right. They are, I believe, just inside of the zone there, maybe just outside. But no, yeah, they're looking good as they're going to try to hold a team out. Again, that car going to be their target. If they can blow that up as well, that's more damage right off of those opponents that they're looking at. And again, you're right. Just look at this angle they hold. Everyone on this side right there to their south is just completely cut off from rotating the zone.
Yeah, they can see everything. I mean, honestly, the biggest distracting factor is Wheels just doesn't have the medium ammo, and despite having an absolutely sick jump setup, they're going to do the intelligent play and just slide forward like 5 or 6 grid spaces and be on the priority high ground for the 4th zone. So great play by Wheels and Batman Booger to set themselves up. Need to be a little bit careful, though, because they are separated. And there you go, Batman Booger gets on his high horse and ends up riding on in there. So we're going to swing on over. Currently in 10th place, Fabs, TSM Snacky, trying to do whatever they can, getting wall to wall. You can see Shallow on the right-hand side, currently below the Storm Surge. Well, it's him and 7 other duos. So a lot of people are going to have to get to work very quickly.
He's got the double SMG, but look, they spotted him out. They know he's a solo, and once you're tagged in the lobby as, hey, that's a solo right there, it's going to be hard to get away. Arkham and Epic Whale right down below him to the left. Is he going to be able to get out of the situation? But 8 seconds left. He's got to hop into a box. It's going to get an elimination. It's going to take that one away. It's going to be Salty. He's going to find the confirmation there as well. Still below, only 97, though. This may be manageable there. May be able to find Criador on the other side, but I don't know. This is still getting rough. 134. It's like that damage didn't even matter because everyone else is getting damage as well. There's the other solo on solo 1v1. The Storm Surge, though, making it a 1v2, and Shallow looks like they may go down.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly difficult here. But right now you can see just the Elim feed lighting up in the top left-hand corner as players are being forced to move because of Storm Surge and Shallow. After burning through all of his utilities, going to do it. You can see Arkham picking up yet another Elim in, getting dropped down into the box is Shallow, but sprayed away. Criador can be the one who picks that up.
Getting that return elimination back onto the player that got his teammate as Rush will fall. We swap over to Punisher and Landjock, who look like they're going to launch pad all the way in. Only 1-2 teams currently in the zone, and honestly, an early rotate that will set them up really well. Oh, that is a beautiful opening there, and we've seen Epic Well do it before, but Landjock is not going to hop into the box, I think. Rather, Punisher not going to. Landjock too far behind. Honestly, Sundown, if he was going to hop in that box, I was ready for it.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like he might have gone, but then he just kind of put the brakes on a little bit. As Monkey was able to find some good shots there on the backside of the zone and really picked up a free rotation. Look at the bottom right-hand corner. You might be able to just go on a nice little stroll. Honestly, like, I would stop building. Yeah, and he's just about to say, hey, wait, everyone's already made it in there. I'm late to the party, but they didn't. Looks like nobody remembered to lock the door, and he's just going to be able to walk right on in like he belongs.
Yeah, no one was looking at him, which is perfect. That's what you want. But this is a great rotation, able to save a lot of builds, right? He did build a lot towards the end there, but overall, the amount of builds that he saved was great. As we move over to Arkham and Epic Whale, 6th place currently, after all the points have been divvied out for this game. They're in an okay spot on low ground. They've got a launch pad. They're still looking pretty healthy on materials. That's also one of the things that I've always worried about them, right? You can always tell how their games are going based on how many materials they spend, because usually Arkham and Epic Whale like to be very aggressive, spend a lot of the materials. They're going to find a solo, get that recap on the materials, so it doesn't matter. And one thing that you and I have talked about extensively on Arkham and Epic Whale is that they do like to over-index on heals. So you look at Arkham, he's got 3 healing items in his inventory. I'm assuming Epic Whale has the exact same amount, and this is great for them because it allows them to be aggressive. It allows them to go for trades like that and not get punished.
Yeah, so really like the additional tech there of just slamming down the armored wall right after getting the elimination, just saying, nope, this is our loot. I don't have to worry about constantly replacing that. I'm not going to get picked off because you double sprayed my metal. You were able to catch me while I was just trying to sort out what's there, slam down the armored wall, get everything you need, as we're now going to swap on over. Lil Gooey Foo front side of the zone, but Babs and Snacky up on the high ground. And remember, the trend for NA West has generally been, once you're up on height, you're there. Nobody is looking. However, Epic Whale and Arkham are a duo who will look to go if they have an opportunity. They're content to sit just below it, but you'll see they'll keep taking peeks towards the top. They're saying, hey, is there an opening? Because they know high ground wins games is the right side of the screen. Guifu still trying to do his best, finding a little bit of room here, 615 above, but with only one more duo who needs to go down. I don't think Storm Surge is going to be in play too long, as yet another elimination and a refresh goes over to Arkham and Epic Whale.
1,000 damage above, but only 2 eliminations, and here we go. Arkham looking for the sneaky move, looking for high ground retake. Is going to get taken a little bit down there, but they've honestly forgot about him. He's going to get some nice damage off. They're getting chopped down as well. There you go. Arkham's got the high ground. Someone behind him, but doesn't even matter. They're on the high ground. Epic Whale is right there with them, and all of a sudden now it gets very scary for the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, but they almost went too high there. They're way over-indexed on it, and they wasted a ton of builds in that regard. So now their hard maps are very minimal. However, it's late enough now where they should just be able to run it out with single targets between the two of them. They're missing out on a bunch of eliminations on the low ground, but they don't care. They'll ride it out knowing they'll get their share of the points. Remember, it's all about the qual for them, as they don't want to miss the finals. Epic Whale wants to put a 7 in his name, but somebody is looking for some more points right now. Is Guifu, who's still running it as a solo. Big 66 tag there, gets a 55 as well, but not going to find the cleanup as he goes down in 18th. Each duo that drops will be some additional points back on both the backside of the zone. No builds, no problem. Jump shot 180. Nick Jaw eats that one to the jaw. Tug Smash is on the backside of the zone. He's going to Peter Parker his way all the way over, but not quite in. Just finds a gap, but the gap is then blown up. As still on high ground, Arkham and Epic Whale raining down shots on the rest of the lobby, and Old Man Melton is helping out a little bit as we swing on over to Jelty and Krizix.
They are hopping up leaderboards as well, like that armored wall placer for them as well. Look at Epic Well and Arkham, though. They went from 6th place to 3rd place, just being on the high ground. Now is where they're going to find the eliminations. Unfortunately, that one may have gotten taken away. Epic Well does find FJAA there. Elimination is going to come on through. Arkham is just finding Elim after Elim, shot after shot. Krizik's going to go down. Jelty not far after his race, trying to clutch up Pars. Now will be the only one to do so. That's a big shot coming through there. Has no builds remaining, is just trying to stay alive in the zone for as long as possible. Is going to find that elimination. No, is actually going to get it stolen away from Epic Well up above. They're finding Elim after Elim, and all of a sudden, look at that Sundown. They have made their way into 1st place overall, looking to try to seal the deal with more eliminations after 2 games. It is not a surprise. They are Arkham, they are Epic Well, and they're looking phenomenal.
They have to close out this 2v2, though, to really put the cherry on top, and they do, as Elder and Statics fall. And we say, you can't open the door for them. You can't give them an opportunity. Man, you can't even put them in line, because the second they get up front to it, they just kick it right on down. Match number 2, Epic Whale walking away. I think it was 11 eliminations in total coming out for them, or 10. Either way, it's going to rocket them up the leaderboard as we take a look at some of the match highlights here.
Buga was doing a lot of work, though, putting it in, trying to get those placement points and Elim points. Ray's also trying to get involved, but again, it's Arkham. It's Epic Whale. Look at that. The denial there by shooting that, the web slinger there is actually going to cause that fall damage, and unfortunately going down. That is a beautiful, amazing game from them. And again, they literally were given an inch. They were given the smallest of opportunities to take high ground. They did it.
And we talked about it, how teams necessarily aren't used to defending against that high ground take anymore, and it was really a pretty traditional one. They just 90'd up at the correct time and forced them back down. But that's 2 out of our 6 matches down. We're a third of the way through the competition. We're going to kick it back over to Panda, Tokata, and Kelly to show us what we might have missed.
Thank you so much, Sundown and Clay. And obviously, Arkham and Epic Well grabbed their first VR of the day, and they did it in such a great way, Panda. That height steal is what you want to see.
Look, I can't take this away from them, right? They did an exceptional job here showcasing that classic Arkham Epic Well playstyle. They play together, they play aggressive, and they play for endgame. These are all things that they did a very, very good job of here. And honestly, it worked out in their favor. I'm not surprised to see them here in these final moments, but it was these final moments that truly defined them and how they took that high ground. So beautifully taken here, climbing up, catching these other players off guard. And then after this, right, they get the high ground, they feel comfortable, and then here it is. They use the launch pad to go back down and just again, full control nonstop the whole time, Tokata.
They played it perfectly, Panda. From having eliminations, going into those moving zones, preparing themselves for this late game with enough materials, to playing the high ground retake correctly, to surviving the high ground contestation when they almost got knocked down, and then finishing it off for the victory royale. I mean, they played it by the book, and they played it perfectly, Panda.
Yeah, they definitely did. You can see there in the final moments, Arkham gets all the additional heals, right? You see the chug splashes picked up. He prepares just in case he has to do a heal off. He has to hold on, but it doesn't matter because Epic Whale gets those eliminations there with Arkham in the final moments and takes the VR.
But it's not even the final moments that they're dominating. I think it was around Zone 4 where we saw a solo player, Shallow, who had 2 eliminations and was below threshold, compared to Epic Whale and Arkham, who had 0 eliminations, and they were 1,000 above. So again, it's not just the end game that they dominate. They are pretty much very competent throughout the entire competition. But of course, we also have to talk about Rays and Pars with 5 eliminations. That had a pretty good performance there, Takata.
They had a good performance already, and if they can maintain that consistency, I mean, we could see them at the top of this leaderboard. We've had 2 games played now. Epic and Arkham just took that last victory royale. Remember, 32 placement points for the victory royale, 3 points per elimination. So it's pretty elim heavy here if you're able to secure a good amount of eliminations during the late game.
Well, especially after seeing E22 and J Roses go down a little early, our first place spot is open for grabs. And is it going to be Arkham and Epic Whale? Well, let's find out, because we have our top 10 leaderboard right now, and it is indeed Arkham and Epic Whale now with 92 points, 12 eliminations, 1 VR, and still Batman, Booga, and Wheels in second place, Panda.
Not surprised whatsoever to see them there in second place. They're just priming Arkham and Epic Whale. They want them to feel confident here early on. so they can then later take that top spot. But no, I'm kidding. So many great names here climbing up the leaderboard. Again, Beast, Tautai, another name we definitely need to talk about more. Krizzix and Jelty, now they're starting to climb up this leaderboard. Not necessarily the best game one, but here they are in game number 2, showing why they deserve to be in the top 8.
Oof, making that comeback, right? Qualifying in the first qualifier, now back at it again in the second qualifier, round 3 in the top 10. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
I'm liking what I'm seeing too, and I'm sure our casters are as well. So before we jump into game number 3, let's toss it back to Clay and Sundown to see what they have to say.
Thank you so much, Kelly, Tokata, and Panda. And with 2 matches down, surprise, surprise, Clay, look who's on top.
You know, it wouldn't be West without them. I mean, it quite literally wouldn't be, right? I mean, we expect them to do well at this point, but not by a really big margin. Still within a victory royale of second place. So that bodes well for the rest of these 4 games because it means it's anybody's game. But still, you know, we're not having a runaway. We still got really good Fortnite to come, and that's what I'm excited about.
Yeah, still 4 more matches to go. We're closing in on that halfway point. We're starting to get a good idea of what it's going to take, but don't forget what's on the line today. Top 8 is a trip directly through to the finals. After that, everyone is competing for series points to get the opportunity to play in Friday's semifinals to then get a shot to make it through to those finals. So there's a lot of pressure on these duos.
Yeah, if you're able to make it right through finals, skip that entire week of semifinals, don't have to play, able to just practice your drop where you want to. That sounds good to me. I mean, I would take that. I would take that any day of the week.
Oh, absolutely, I would too. But what I'm going to take is game number 3 starting right here. And here we go, right off of the bat into match number 3. You can see bus path coming through, and we're going to swing right on over to Camp Cuddle. We've had a little bit of a contestation going down here. We can see Slick Nick on one side, Cypress and Mr. Locke on the other. Can the Flu duo end up pressing back forward? And right now, both these duos are struggling a little bit, currently in 24th and 30th, as Zays is actually going to get an insta-spool there onto Frappi and take him out.
Ooh, quick heal there. Frappi, one of the ones that we had in our pre-shows, they don't miss shots. They usually don't. They are a menace with the shotgun, but unfortunately, when it comes to being contested, you can honestly throw the playbook out the window. There's not really much there you can do. If someone 50-50 your drop, if they land right on top of you, it's just going to come down to who had the better landing, who had that opportunity to grab the weapon first. And sometimes that's how it plays out.
Yeah, just being able to get your feet on the ground, kind of touch it down and be able to just spray shots out towards the opponent makes a huge difference. And if they can get some heals to immediately offset it, things could potentially get weird. But again, we've talked about it so many times how this season there really is an excess of heals in the map as long as you know where to look. Those coolers offering so many shield barrels all over the place, and between the addition of the shield cakes, the bubble juice, the med mist, there's so many white heals that you're not really obligated to use the other heals until you're forced into it. However, an early fight might be a circumstance where that's the case.
See, I'm surprised not that much contestation happening. The 2 teams here at the fuel wall. This is one of my favorite POIs to drop in, and it's one of the most plentiful when it comes to loot, especially when it comes to those web slingers. Offers you a lot, but a lot of players understanding that while, yes, you can get a lot of loot here, it's not always worth being tested, as we see user get tagged up pretty hard, unfortunately. It's like they have the shields to heal it up right away as we swap over. We see Bags and Boston down against Wiz and Gufu over in Condo Canyon. This is one of those POIs that we see a lot of players go to, but for me, it doesn't feel like one that is worth contesting.
So there's a lot of space over here, but again, things end up being a little awkward as soon as there is more than one team, particularly because rotations through this area, if you are rotating around the southern part of the map, are doing the scavenger route, you're generally going to pass through there a little late, and you can end up getting bogged down. But that's generally ends up being the case for a lot of POIs that tend to be towards the outside of the map where scavenger routes are possible. I don't think it's necessarily as much of a trap as some of the other ones, where even if you are contested, you can almost comfortably split or at least get the loot you need and disengage and just kind of head straight up to be central. I personally dislike it. I think Condo Canyon and Bugle are one of my two weakest POIs. If I ever am going to land at a POI, I just really struggle to fight there.
It's definitely different, especially with Condo having so many spots that you can't really build in. There's a lot of awkward windows that, you know, look really good, but unfortunately you can't build at them. Right there, like one of those stairs and those triangle walls that are just there. And Condo has a lot of those, so it's definitely one of those POIs that you have to know like the back of your hand to be able to realistically take spawn engagement there and go over log gem. A POI that a lot of players like to land around. It's a really good POI. You do get that initial bat gain just by the amount of bats around. Look at Fallen trying to go in, trying to hit him with the harpoon, but what he didn't realize is that brick, once it takes about a second with the harpoon, you have to hit it twice, and unfortunately that's going to cost a lot of HP on both sides. Fallen going to go down. Chris down to 14 HP. This has been a back and forth engagement. This time it looks like Chris and Wavy Jacob may be able to make it better, but look all of a sudden up in the top left. It's going to be J Roses going down as well, and we've got a third party.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure they were the ones who got the knock, so they're just hoping that this other duo is going to end up finishing it off. They'll get the 3 points and whatever Storm Surge damage they had there, and I'm really happy with that disengage. If you're able to get that and then immediately get out of dodge, somebody else absorbs the pressure you were just dealing with, bravo. That's plus 3 points. You get your Storm Surge, and you get to then rotate in front of these other duos as Prism finds a hefty shot there with a heavy shotgun, a great aim down sight, but then I'm going to break this down after the fact because he just missed 2 shots. He has no reason missing. So if you're not directly on top of somebody with the heavy shotgun, firing it without ADS, unless you're positioning your crosshair completely over the top of the character model, you're basically wasting a shot now as we're going to swing over to one of the other off-spawn fights here. As you can see, Scissor and Javier getting a nice little push on their side. Really good job closing down this fight early. Mags just getting separated off and then taking the 1v2, forcing the launch pad out, and I'm assuming, yeah, he's just going to gun him down here. Look at those shots. Brilliant there.
It's one of those seasons where if you take that launch pad, you gotta try to fly as low as you can, try to spin, try to dodge behind things, but it's one of those seasons where you just really can't. You can't afford. It's great though, right? And I think this is something me and you talk about specifically a lot, is resource denial. That's a great example of it, right? Use that launch pad so they don't get it. They don't get any opportunity for that loot. And look at that. Look at that Crow. Gonna give over an epic shotgun. Oh, it looks good.
Yeah, Kaka, they're happy about that one on the other side. The Raven turned out to be his friend there, not yelling nevermore. Instead, he's yelling, here you go. Just a gift from above and just dropping right down in a key spot. And it looks like maybe another potential fight going on here in Logjam. Doesn't seem like there was a resolution or another one end up coming through there. We're going to get another replay here in just a second to see what we missed there in that regard. And J Rose is taking a fight over at Cobra Canyon. This is when did he just not see him push up there?
I don't think he saw him. That is unfortunate. And no way, there was a team behind him as well. And I guess that is the duality of what is Covert Cavern. Is yes, you can get a lot of loot, but you gotta be really careful.
Right now, why is that on the ground? Are they just leaving that? It seems like they're like trying to pick what they end up wanting to take with them, but that's not something. Again, we talk about resource denial. Don't just leave that out in the open. At least toss a wooden cone over the top of it. Don't let somebody come by and be like, "Oh, a free shield fish." Like, why give somebody rotating behind you 50 HP? It's not like nobody's gonna find that. It's right on the edge of zone. It's just weird to me when you're at this level. Like, go chuck it in a corner somewhere. You can throw fish.
Yeah, and it's like hiding those extra minis in a bush, right? Like we said, just moments ago. It's literally resource denial, and at this level, you would expect to see more of it. But I feel like we just don't. We don't really see a lot of players do that. We don't see. Even then, right? Like, let's say you have that ability to pick up those gauntlets and you have an extra one there. Great shots here by Nico. You can use the extra gauntlets while you're just chilling in your POI if you're not rotating out to get rid of them, to not allow another player to have them. There's a lot of opportunity here, and I like the setup from Nico. I like that they're sneaking around, but they've got to be careful. They're in a spot that a lot of players are going to rotate.
Yeah, keeping an eye on the bottom right-hand corner of the map. You already saw one duo rotate past on the other side. You can see that Scissor getting himself a decent amount of space over on the side, making sure he's getting up the utility, but they have a chance now. You can see it putting up hard mats between him and the opponent, segmenting him off, but there's one of those other duos. There's the other one of those other duos, and Nico needs a couple of shots for his trouble, and without an extra big pot now, pushing into this becomes a little bit more risky.
We move over to the Daily Bugle as they've gotten zone. Very east, so this is one of our first eastmost zones. They don't have a good angle on the entire rest of the lobby, but I mean, let's be real. This is why you land at the Daily Bugle. Look at the loot. They've got a legendary MK7, that shotgun, and interestingly enough, I like this prioritization of the chug splashes over the website.
Yeah, being able to just stack those chug splashes and being able to just chuck them down whenever you feel like there's any kind of trade. Also see Epic Pistol being rocked by Pars. Again, ridiculous first shot accuracy rate. You can see if he's able to get a line, especially if you crouch, which will also reduce that first shot accuracy time and reset, you basically spam it out with perfect accuracy the entire time. When it comes to damage fall, the pistol is actually a little bit more damage efficient than the MK7 once you get to the max range situation. I know that sounds a little bonkers, but that is the case, as we see somebody else also opting into that. 100 Thieves Arkham rocking one there in his fifth slot.
I really like seeing it. Again, we're big fans of the pistol, and it's unconventional, but it works. Arkham confident in his ability to get the damage off with that SMG, and have that as a backup for the swap if it's needed. But one thing we've always noticed with Arkham and Epic, they'll give Arkham usually the more laser-focused weapon, right? Whether it be that Ranger assault rifle or the pistol, because they know his pinpoint accuracy when it comes to long shots is really, really good. So they can rely on him for Storm Surge, and with the pistol, they're going to be able to do that.
Yeah, it's generally Arkham ends up getting the stronger surge weapon in, I don't want to say 9 circumstances out of 10, but maybe like 7 out of 10. Right? It's not like Epic Whale is a slouch of the weapon as we get our surge warning on the right-hand side. 141 below is the first number we will see, which means the team who is lowest towards the bottom, the team who's done the least amount of damage, going to do that. When we get the update, we see Favs and Snacky currently sitting 192 above, so they're relatively comfortable. They don't need to open up anything. They can sit inside their fully built metal and brick and be relatively happy, but it seems like that's not the case. They're actually just starting to spray and going forward. They're in the tall grass and they don't care about it, not worried about any raptors there. Instead, they're the ones who are doing a little bit of hunting.
Gotta be careful. They're gonna come out of nowhere, and they are potent. It's a ghosty looking for that aggressive move. Unfortunately for them, they had a wall on front. They would have been able to see Fabs looking through that cone if they didn't have that wall, but because they wanted that protection, they unfortunately won't be able to see it. And I'll be real. I'm expecting Kaz and Snacky rather to kind of go aggressive on this, right? I mean, they're definitely a duo that can do it, but I kind of wanted them to.
Right side of the screen now swinging on over to the veterans themselves. Landjock and Punisher trying to get themselves above Surge. A couple tags there from Landjock. A couple more tags from Punisher. Gets them from 94 to just 11 below, which means one more tag, a headshot there. Landjock going to be more than happy to trade that out for keeping himself up there. And you see, there's no threat. Like nobody carries sniper rifles this late into the game, so you can kind of hang out there. And because the MK7 does have such aggressive damage fall off, even though he got dinked what, like 4 or 5 times there, like 3 times plus a headshot. All it takes is a big pot and a mini, or a couple minis and a big pot, and he's right back up there. And that's going to be plenty worth until you're still below Storm Surge. He needed to keep trading out the damage there, because now, like, they have to find targets. Luckily for them, if they look directly to north, there's 2 duos who are holding each other, and they should just look to get involved in that part.
He's trying the Medmis for that SMG, which we know, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to look at that engagement, looks to find more elimination. If Snacky is going to get eliminations and end up going aggressive, those armored walls, doesn't look like it's going to save Taltai from much. Beast trying to help them out. They've got a lot of builds, but they don't have a lot of space. Beast down to 20 HP, trying to build on out, but it looks like Landjack and Punisher are going to find that. As Snacky does go aggressive on the Ghosty, who was right next to them. So good to see that didn't end up playing out. They should now be above 285. They should be chilling, and now can go back for that Medmis or Punisher. They want to use it now.
Yeah, and you can see they're just trying to sort out which loot belongs where, top off their maps, or refarm whatever they can. The one thing to note is they were right on the very edge of the zone, so no matter what, they're going to have a little bit of a jog to get to the next zone. It's not too far, right? But it's still, given where the terrain is, the one team in the bottom right-hand corner, that kind of tannish triangles towards the top of the map, who are right on that right side hill of the Bugle Crest, they're basically just get to decide who passes and who doesn't. They can rain shots down, and they have a great sight line now. You can see Remy is solo on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side there, we got Yumi and his duo, who are below Surge right now, and just trying to use those very valuable chili chug splashes to offset it and then to head towards the zone, as only 2 people need to fall. But I mean, things are going to get weird here. They're taking a lot of damage, and Egertome is actually going to end up going down here with one more attack. How good is your chili chug splash aim from downtown? Call him Aaron Rodgers, the MVP. He drilled him with it, and then Surge turns off. 1 HP in a dream, but possibly the most valuable utility resource being burned there just as a saving grace.
That was beautiful. That's what you want to see. That's the throw that, you know, you can't ever practice that. That's not something that you could do in any sort of scrim. You just kind of have to hope and pray. Look at that HP and look at this angle. You're going to see it hit that HP just in time. You actually don't even see it hit, because the moment that it hits is the moment Storm Surge goes off. So it was a millisecond of perfection. He had no room for error.
That's just when you tell your teammate, help! Here's a live listening to their comms. Help! Throw a chug splash on me, anything, please, help! No, never mind, I'm good. Good job. It's just like, that's the moment, right? Like, just going through this. I promise you, Egertome was just begging and screaming, but we'll see what ends up happening now in the next circumstances. We're going to swing on over the 6X themselves, 100 Thieves Arkham, Energy, Epic Whale. They're just smack dab right in the center of the zone again. Fourth zone dropping right on top of them. Only a short hop, skip, and a jump to the outside edge. However, this time they have a duo sitting directly above them.
And this is where they are so good at. This is why they're some of the top team, right? And we saw this way back in the day. I mean, all the way back in Europe with Airwax, when he was kind of the first pioneer of going straight for center zone, setting up and just looking for all the tags. He was kind of the first one to really push that type of gameplay forward, really dominate that style, and they are a really good component of it still. They are great at doing it. And now you're seeing that they're even better at finding more Storm Surge tags along the way, so they don't have to worry about that as Batman Buka. There's a lot of ammo over from Wheels. And again, they're second place. They're still, again, this competition is wide open for anybody to really take the lead. Yes, Arkham and Epic will have it, but it's not by much, so they're in a great spot.
I mean, 90 plus points isn't insignificant after 2 games. That's definitely well above the average pace. So if they're able to keep it up, I'd say they probably have one of those great spots unlocked. But again, it's not about only taking first here. There's no money on the line directly today, but a top 8 spot guarantees you a chance to compete in the money in the final. So that's really what everyone is looking for. 1 and 8th, all with the exact same ticket. So keep an eye on the top left-hand corner. You can see Criador actually ends up getting a knock. It said Criador knocked Salty, which was his teammate there. So Interested to see kind of what happens there. Looks like he ended up getting cleaned up immediately. So, fortunately, my caster's curse in terms of prediction looking like it's continued here. But Zuko and Igor Obama getting a good line on their opponents, but they are below Surge right now, Clay. You need to start raining down shots. That damage is going to end up coming through here in about 30 more seconds, and we still need 6 more duos to fall. They're trying to get box to box and end up putting the pressure on it. They will end up finding Barbarista. Will they find the second one? Is that enough to get him above Surge? It will keep sitting at 52, trying to make the right play in terms of what utility to take, but there's a little bit of hesitation. It looks like he might have accidentally left the Spider-Man gauntlets.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Definitely something you want to keep, but I mean, swapping it out for Med Mist is not that bad. I mean, out of everything that could have picked up, I would have chosen that second. As unfortunately, it's going to go down. Punisher going to get another knock, and then, hopefully it'll turn into elimination for them. As Wavy Jacob going to pick up 2 there, the Chug Splash duo, if you will, fortunately going to fall, but they made it into that half in, half out, 91 above. Look at that zone. They've got a launch pad, luckily for Zuko, so they should be able to make that rotation.
So he's got a launch pad, and he should know where all of that loot is over towards the side, and that loot also included 2 med kits and some Spider-Man gloves. So, if he wants to dip back into the zone, he does have that option. However, I think he's probably just going to try and late rotate along the side because there's so many people packed in that if he times it right, he should be fine. We're going to swing back on over to Static here, who should not have been putting bad things into his name now. As you can see, Batman Booga on the left-hand part of your screen. 100 Thieves Arkham in the bottom right-hand corner. He's just getting a hop, skip, and a jump, burning tons of metal, almost the entirety of his metal to actually rotate into the zone. He doesn't have a single metal wheel left, but they're saying, hey, this is worth it. As you can tell, Arkham is then just, or Epic Whale is immediately going to split it over and give him half.
He dropped his pistol. He's rocking double SMG. I'm very intrigued to see how this plays out because, again, this season, out of any, this is one of the seasons where you can do it. It does provide you with a lot of damage output, and even on high ground, which is where they want to be, you'll be fine. And watch, he's just going to swap over to another SMG. They don't really have the ability to. It's like having another player there. It's essentially like having a trio because you can swap so quickly and get the damage out so well. But if they get into a close quarters combat situation, will he be able to still put out the same amount of damage you would if you had a shotgun?
And the answer is yes. The dual stinger SMGs put out a lot of DPS, especially when you're as accurate as Arkham and you don't end up having the downtime. Drawback ends up being the amount of light ammo you burn through, but assuming that Epic Whale is then the one holding the shotgun and the MK7, then you can just kind of gift over all his light ammo. That's why Arkham is currently sitting on 500 plus, but I also think Epic Whale might have been rocking the stinger because it seemed like they just had 3 pressuring on the wall there, so we'll see what ends up happening. So swinging back on over. Zuko solo as Igor Obama has left office. He's off retired now in the side. Maybe he'll come back later on to do a little bit more in the later. In the later games, but as of now, it is all on the solo player. But Rays and Pars, I don't think we've talked enough about them. They've been putting up numbers so far, Clay.
They have, and we always see a team that will kind of fly under the radar a little bit. Wait a minute, whoa, wait, they're at their pace now. All of a sudden, now 76 points coming through for them. They do have one elimination. They're setting themselves up well. Their loadout looks great, and that's going to be another elimination right there. Look at the aim from Rays going through. They barely may be able to make it out of zone, but you're right. Rays and Pars playing well together, and that's what matters the most. It doesn't matter if you're popping off, showing all these performances. As long as you're playing well together as a duo, that's what matters. As Arkham and Epic Whale try to go for high ground, but get shut down for right now. But who's to say they don't try to take it here momentarily?
Yeah, they still have 2 more peppers, at least on Arkham. They'll probably look to split those here in a second when they have the ability to get them, and then they'll look to go again. As you can see on the wide right now, Bumboy and his duo Pizen up on the high ground, trying to battle with UA and Chicken. That battle right now, Bumboy is doing a good job to hold position, but immediately as soon as they establish high ground, it says, nope, just kidding, we're going to go down the hill. Batman Booga sliding down the hill on the right side, looking like an action movie star, immediately catching up to the front side of the zone, going to boxable metal in about phase in the top right-hand corner. Still have Arkham and Epic Whale trying to work together along the backside of the zone. They're dropping down a little bit from height, trying to get wall-to-wall and put some shots in, but so far not necessarily finding success. There's that Stinger SMG swap. Arkham ends up getting right tags, but can't can't quite chase it down. It has to reload both. And in that time, Poster Chip says time to turn the table. Epic Whale ends up going down. Arkham now left without a shotgun in a situation where he has to use the attrition weapons, and he goes down 15th place for the 6x. But I believe they were able to just barely push into the triple digits now. You can see bottom right-hand corner, we got Batman, Booga, and Wheels. Top right, Rays and Pars, and we got some breathing room at the top of the table now.
It looks like High Ground finally looking to be challenged. Jelty gonna hold it out there. Batman Booga gonna find elimination on the other side, finding Landruck now. 3 eliminations. He's so good. Seems to operate as a solo, yet always near his duo. Doesn't matter if his duo is right on top of him or on the sides. He's finding these solo eliminations. That's what you want to be able to do, but they don't have a lot of light HP. Zone going back to give them a little bit of reprieve. Jelty at the high ground until all of a sudden no match remaining. Trey on the other side. Jelty trying to make something happen. Will use the web slingers to try to get over it. They will still have high ground, but with no builds remaining, there's not really a lot you can do there.
Up we go, he says, but not necessarily finding anything. Trying to find an angle, gets the 37 tag, but about face on the right-hand side. Still got Batman, Booga, and Wheels running on the low ground, but they too very low on mats, trying to find old builds, trying to find edits. Jelty on the backside of the zone. Madness to try and top off the HP, but that's going to be the very last of his utility once he burns through that, so not going to be able to negate the zone. Zooming back in on Batman, Booga, trying to find whatever shots he can. Wheels staying hip to hip with him as we're into our top 10. Zeno picking up Chip on the side. You can see, trying to continue pickaxing forward, finding a space, trying to work back towards the zone, finding a solo, but the solo instead now is going to be Batman Booga's. Wheels goes down 96, that's a white tag, but he can't find a reset with no builds. He tries to put one on the floor, and there's nothing there. Ray's continuing to try and work forward. 4 more elims for our number 3 team, but it's all going to be on Pars, who's stuck on the backside of the zone with only a 5-tick med miss, no more extra utility. 1 shot from anything will take him down at this range, making sure everything's reloaded as he gives it one more go, hoping to find a pick, hoping to find a target as the team continues just ramping on high ground above him. Looking back to the backside of the zone, he knows there's a solo there. He should have been able to identify that player, but instead he gets ripped apart, and we have our top 5 with Jelty and Krizix just raining shots down from above.
How they went from no materials on the high ground to be able to keep it for the entirety of most of them moving. Eliminations, looking to pick up the victory royale. It's a 2v2v1 there on the low ground. They're trying to make something happen now. 2v2. Krizix is going to pick up Wale. They don't have the materials, and as I say that, Delta's going to find a tree, farm it back up. They have taken the number 1 spot as well, moving up to 111 total points. 11 eliminations. If they secure this, it would be 13 total points, which would break that record for the most points that we've seen in a game, at least on West. I believe it was just for game number 1, but still, they're doing so well. And again, I'll remind you, they had 0 builds at one point, so they had to use the web slingers to just try to be able to keep high ground as they're getting dropped down. Bump Boy gonna go down. That's a nice shot. Delty will get the other one as well. They work hand in hand to pick up that 13th elimination.
Vamos, Jelty. Krizix. 13 eliminations in the victory royale here in match number 3, puts them well into that top 8 conversation and sets them up to go into this back set of 3 games. Honestly, looking to enter tournament management mode. Now they just need to hold on, make one more solid late game, and they should be able to put it all together.
And I'm definitely going to have to see how they did that, right? How they went from that 6-7 zone with 0 materials to maintaining it throughout the entirety of those last zones. That is a long time to be on high ground with no one contesting you, no one looking up, and 0 builds. That's a really big feat to accomplish.
Yeah, I would say probably what ended up happening there was a refresh and then maybe using those gauntlets to kind of harpoon up some of the loot. But who can give us a little bit more insight other than Panda, Tokata, and Kelly? Break it down as we head in the back half again.
Thank you so much, Sundown and Clay. Once again, 3 games down, 3 more to go here. And Takata, I'm sure you're feeling so good right now with Krizix and Jelty getting the new record for NA West for the most amount of points earned in a single game.
You know, I'm feeling hyped, Kelly. I mean, they could have done that yesterday when I had them as my prediction, but I mean, I'll take it in the second qualifier here where we have Jelty and Krizix on the high ground. You can see how dominant they are here, securing elimination after elimination, but also making a good use of those Spider-Man web shooters, which almost works like a harpoon. You can fish up those materials with the Spider-Man web shooters, but also use it as a mobility item. So they're getting perfect use of that, holding the high ground to just getting that victory royale with 13 eliminations. I mean, they're setting themselves up for that qualifier.
Absolutely incredible, Panda. Anything else to add about this team?
No, I mean, look, this is the performance we were looking for just 2 days ago when we were in Qualifier 1, right? We were expecting them to do a little bit better, especially coming off the Streamer Bowl like we saw. And now they're here showcasing, again, why they deserve to be here, why they deserve a spot in the finals, because this is the Gelatine Crizics we know. This is these great players. They know how to handle these high-pressure situations, and they show us here in that game.
Well, that might have been Takata's pick 2 days ago, but Panda, your pick today, Wheels and Batman Buka, kind of went down. I believe it was in the top 10 there. Didn't have as good as a performance as earlier, but still doing a great job.
Absolutely, and it's really important to mention that Batman, Buka, and Wheels, they have this consistency motto amongst them, right? This is what they want. They are not necessarily overextending early and mid-game. They're doing a good job of making it to the end game and getting all of their eliminations in these moments, and boy, are they getting some eliminations.
They are doing it perfectly, Panda. I mean, you had it down from the start, from the first qualifier. You want Batman, Booga, and Wheels to pop off because you know they can do it, and they're demonstrating that right now.
And as we pull up our top 10 leaderboard right now, I have to give another shout out to Pars. I think that we're really not talking enough about this team right here, having an incredible solo run right now with 4 eliminations and still holding up in our top 4 spot. But of course, Crizics and Delty jumping all the way up to first place, stealing it away from Arkham and Epic Whale.
Yeah, well, with 71 points in one game, it makes a lot of sense why they were able to climb so far up this leaderboard. But again, Arkham, Epic Whale, despite not having the best game number 3, still find themselves in that second place spot, meaning that, you know what, that consistency is just enough to work for them to stay in these top slots.
I mean, second to fourth place right now is very close, but we need to take a look at 8th place because you need to get top 8 to qualify to grand finals. Right now it's 64 points being the cutoff. It's looking pretty rough.
Also, I do want to give a shout out that the top 3 teams right now, although Takata, it was your prediction 2 days ago, all of our predictions are up there. So, you know, this is more of what we were expecting to see. Qualifier 1 was a bit of a unique situation. A lot of the NA West teams, all the same teams, tend to always make it into our top 50. So this is more what I was expecting going into the first season of Chapter 3 here. But Panda, let's talk about some other teams that we haven't really talked about too much right now. What other teams are standing out to you?
I don't know. You know, I want to say Landrock and Punisher, right? They do good to get into the in-game portion of everything, but they're just not capitalizing on it. So the second half of these games, it's their opportunity to come and shine.
Oh, looks like we have the beat everyone. The second half of games are about to begin right now.
Thank you so much, Kelly, Panda, Tokata. 3 matches down, 3 left to go. 8 spots up for grabs, and right now with their match-to-be victory, Jelty and Crizics sit atop the throne. The average points needed so far to have that 8th place spot is right around 21 points per. We know that's kind of crept up, so just keep an eye on how many points some of these teams are gaining per game.
I mean, that's a good way to go in back half Titi Miguelito and Trunker Speedway. Keep our eyes on the line and said this Frappe is going to fall. I actually no. It looked like they got knocked to an explosive, I believe is what happened. So I'm intrigued to see exactly what took them down. The line is going to get hit from the side. We'll find these coolers to heal back up to full HP and more. Should be fine.
Yeah, just always generally, if you take any amount of chip damage, just pop a guzzle juice. It'll top you right back off the start. Don't want to use the Shug Splashes on anything but shields early on, and generally, you also want to be able to at least grab a pair of minis and then toss them down, which looks like Aguilar and Co. might have potentially missed out on right there. They don't have another set of Chug Splashes. We'll want to group up, kind of get those down, and probably start to push. They got all they need to go. However, on the other side, we haven't necessarily seen what line in this duo are sitting on. So once they have this max shield, it'll be interesting to see if they decide to go. It looks like that is the case.
They're gonna get spotted out though by Lime, and look at the damage that they take compared to what they put on to Lime. That was a good turnaround sort of damage coming through his Lump. Looks good. Take that big shield up as Nico gonna get 2 Elims back to back, quick and efficient there as Crescer trying to get away, gonna bounce their way on up using those tires. It looks like Aguilar going in, getting aggressive, is gonna get that knock. Will force Lime to try to make something happen, but sniper shot not gonna connect.
Comes whistling by there, but just hits a build errantly, and not going to be too much of a problem here. As you can see, trying to hop in the whip and skirt around, but the wheels have been shot out, and the car actually ends up... No, did it pop? It looks like it might have popped and they got him. Yeah, it did. Aguilar ends up getting it, and the car goes boom. 3 more points to go over, and Alamp is going to end up walking over and make sure he gets those excess builds, but the 203 boys coming out ahead there.
Let's just swap over to another 203 pairing. Boston and Bags. See, 2 in the feed, unfortunately, going to fall. What an interesting set of games for them. They've really got to start to make a comeback here. This isn't up right now currently. They have to reevaluate again. They're landing at that Covert Cavern. That's, again, so contested. They have to be careful. And there it is, J. Rosas going to fall.
Yeah, and I think we're going to get a look into that fight here in just a second, but Zuko doing his best to end up being promoted to Fire Lord on that side, as we're going to swing on over to the other 203 fight here on this side. And what a great shot there from Boston to be able to push right on in and clean it up.
I'm a little insult to injury as well. Hitting with the emote on top of that as we move over. We get to see Zuko and Hero Obama, who have moved up into 7th place. And they've got that Volt key card. They should be able to get all the loot, and I think this is what we wanted. Yep, that replay coming through of J. Roses, and unfortunately going down. Look at that tracking from Zuko. Was beautiful.
So you were looking at the tracking. I was looking at his movement. The way he crouched on the backside of the cone and then walked back up it while maintaining the right hand the whole time. He only ended up winning that trade by 2 extra Stinger SMG bullets there. So just doing the smallest of things to give himself the advantage. And of course that big pump shot isn't going to help, but they're going to get access to that vault. So we're going to get access to the fight over on the other side. And Veggie and Monkey are going to get access to the lobby as they're set back to it. And they'll be joining all of you wherever you're watching. And thank you for tuning in. This is qualifier number 2 of the FNCS for Chapter 3, Season 1. My name's Sundown, joined by Clay Stelling, and whether you're watching on Twitch, YouTube, Legends Landing, watch.fortnite.com, over at your friend's house, however you're tuning in, during one of the viewing parties, whatever it is, thanks for hanging with us. It's been some amazing Fortnite so far today, and we will see the last of our 8 teams who are automatically going to qualify to the finals and get to skip what is assuredly going to be a clown fiesta of a semifinals.
And I was going to say, Legends Landing, shout out to those people watching in particular, because it's amazing there. You know, we got to take a look at it, and it's so fun. And oh, look at Buzzo. Unfortunately, may be going down here, trying to get a little piece of that Volt action, but they're able to disengage and get out. I don't think they're quite done. They've got him kind of trapped. You have to go one way in. You got that one way out, but usually most players don't end up taking it there. Buzzo will go back to the shield back, heal back up. But Zuko and Ego Obama are definitely not the team you want to push inside the vault with how they've been playing their aggressive style. Buzzo is, without his teammate, has to be very careful about that. But back to Legends Landing, it's so beautiful. There's so many awesome things you can do. The fact that you can box fight while also watching competitive Fortnite, so you can get better in multiple different ways, is just amazing.
Yeah, shout out to everyone who ended up working. I got to give a shout out to my boy Tekko, who put in a ton of work in that, as well as Immature Gamer and Enigma, some of the builders over on Catalyst who just did an amazing job. Everyone internally who made it turn out well. But right now, we're going to swing on over to my prediction. They've been on a tough end of the stick recently, Criador and Salty, and it looks like, unfortunately, the end of the stick is not getting any softer as they just get beat over the head with it once again. That's Summy, and I don't even remotely know how to pronounce it. Dusan Vlahovic. It's actually funny because Dusan was one of my goalie coaches when I played soccer back in the day, so I do know how to say that.
Oh, interesting. And I'm intrigued. Are they going to leave those 6 strike flashes there? they better not. At least throw them down. At least Zone's here, so it's not that big that they leave him behind. But I mean, there were 6 Chug Splashes, and somebody's not full HP, so definitely think could have used it there. But we'll rotate out. We'll be able to get into zone. Back over to Covert Cavern here. Buzzo and Evol. They're really set on getting into this ult. They want some of that extra loot.
Yeah, they want to try and get in there and get a little bit of the leftovers. And I'm like, I knew that name ended up looking familiar. That's actually just a professional European footballer. So, Dusan, I am upset you are not wearing the Juventus outfit in this circumstance. Like, if you're going to commit to the cosplay, go all the way in, make it a part of your brand, be like the Cactus Man, and go all the way through as we're going to hop on board. Somebody's looking to try and go all the way through and pick up some of just the scavenger part. That's the thing we've talked about in areas like this. We've seen it, whether it was Catty Corner, whether it was Stark Industry. When there is a POI with such high loot density, it doesn't matter when you pass through it. There's always something in there, whether it's excess minis like that, or excess metal that you might need to farm, or just a couple of excess slurp barrels that you need to top off your shields. There's always something there. However, that generally means that other people are always kind of going to come by and just kind of poke their head in and say, what's going on over here, guys?
And with how many ammo boxes are in there as well, right? It doesn't matter if it's just a little bit out of your rotate path. If you need anything, like you said, it's always worth it. It is always worth it to go through there to try to find something. And if there's other players there as well, you can get some storms or tag, you can get some eliminations. And I like that Jelty is using what's around him, not wasting that shield mushroom there. Will use it. And I kind of like the saving of the big shield here, because they know they're going to take more damage, so might as well save it now and get that. It's a little bit min-maxy, but get that 9 extra HP as mags. And Boston are going to find Wiz on the backside. They take the L, and Wiz unfortunately will go back to the lobby to try to play again in the last couple games. But Jelty and Krizix, they're setting themselves up well. They look like they're in a really good spot for the zone. They've got rotation. It's everything they need to do.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not aware of G2 Jelty, FS Krizix, one, where have you been? What game have you been watching? But two, they are just two of the more dominant in the Spanish-speaking community when it comes to that, the Spanish-speaking South America community, playing on NA West. And Jelty has been around from the very beginning, playing in all the way back to the Pro-Ams, back in the World Cup days, coming very close to qualifying himself. And he's the epitome of a professional, one of the most watched streamers, too, if you end up going and wanting to check out some of his gameplay. Again, almost all of the communications are in Spanish, but it's fantastic to watch. And one of the ways where I get like my very minimal intake of Spanish speaking these days, and I just enjoy watching them so much. But somebody else who I've enjoyed watching so far, Prism and Hound, trying to take these fights. They've done a good job in terms of being aggressive, but they just haven't found the closeouts they need, Clay.
And they're looking to find it here, but no. Hound going to fall, actually, yeah, going to fall down there. They do get a trade elimination, but look at Fultzy. They are miles away in what is competitive Fortnite. They can't really afford to go for that. Yes, there's that 5-minute reboot timer, but that zone's pretty far. They don't really have the heals to do so. Prism, Hound going to be there for a little bit. It's just best for Fultzy to go away, and that's what the risk you run, right? You're split dropping on these scavenger routes. You're going to run into somebody, and if they find an opportunity, they're going to get you.
So far away too on that split route. Like, that is forever away. I think one of the things that people don't consider enough in competitive Fortnite as a whole, whether it's playing arena and trying to camp on the outside of the map or in bushes so you avoid fights like me, or at the very highest levels, is committing to sightlines. Once you drop down off of one of those highest sightlines and you're on the coast, that's it. Period. If somebody is over on the side and they see you moving, if they see something that isn't normally there, you are just completely out in the open. You talk about a fish out of water. Well, in this circumstance, you're basically a fish in the water with a huge neon sign around you. But right now, Epic One and Arkham are looking for as many neon signs around them to just continue pushing that Storm Surge ticker up on their side. But with being 313 above, they don't have a whole lot to worry about.
No, they're chilling. Especially in this next zone where the zone will more likely pull over them as well. They're just so well. Frappe finally able to get back in the action, gets a knock there, and will find the elimination as we see on the bottom left. Jelty and Krizix, though, only 14 above. Bottom right, only 11 above for Batman, Booga, and Wheels. They've also really got to make it work, and now Jelty's below.
And again, if you're wondering what we're talking about, that is that storm surge threshold on the right-hand side. It keeps updating. You're wondering why that's updating. It tracks how much damage each duo has done in the lobby. The teams who have done the least amount of damage and the ones who are below the threshold, once the third zone closes, which happens in 33 seconds, will start taking 25 damage every 5 seconds until we hit a certain number of players remaining. In the third zone, that number of players is 70. In the fifth zone, that number of players is 50. In the seventh zone, that number of players is 30. So right now, we would be looking at 7 duos who would be taking that 25 damage every 5 seconds. So there is going to be a big spurt of action and a bunch of people eliminated starting right about in the next 5 seconds or so.
32 below for Batman, Booga, and Wheels. Now 6 above. It's a back and forth battle. Right now, you really want to be about 150, and that's when you're chilling. And it's like whoever is spraying at them really needs that. It looks like it's going to be Vanilla as the spray from Batman, Booga preemptively will get them some more damage, but it's still only 34 above it, which may be enough. But look at the damage Wheels taken, and these are very valuable to be using right now. They have to because they took too much damage, but now with that team coming in, being aggressive, they've got to be careful with this.
I don't think they had to burn the chug splashes there. Like, they have plenty of big pots in that regard. Those chili chug splashes are super valuable, especially considering they have to rotate over water, and that base move speed added to the boost while you're doing the dolphin dive in the water is so big. But right now we're going to swing back on over to our current leaders as they're only 82 above, and they're still, when we're doing, as I say that, we actually get full eliminations over on the World Cup and Kick Cup. So the Storm Surge will turn off, and everyone who made it past will breathe a sigh of relief. We're not quite to the first placement thresholds yet either, as that will occur at 35 duos remaining. So still just elimination points going down, but those are worth +3 a pair. So plenty of points being taken off the table. But right now my eyes are on this kind of awkward little staring match going on here, and actually just going to hop in the whip and get out of dodge.
They got to be careful with that, though. It's already smoking. That more damage coming through could mean that they about a third unnecessary damage, and looks like they will continue to commit to it, but already down to about a third. Jelty's really going to have to hop out, and I'm glad they did. Krizix is actually just coasting on third. Jelty will take the brunt of the damage, but this is an awkward spot, because if you're the first to rotate, you're going to take this ridiculous amount of damage, but if you're too late to rotate, you're going to get caught with Zone, Buzzo, and Evolve, put them in a really good spot. Can they capitalize? Can they take out the first place team? Jelty spending almost half of his metal just to get out, just to make sure that they are good, but Krizix is very low. That fire is burning. They have to be careful. They're singling him out. Oh, Buzzo just places the ramp right when he could have gone for the spray. Not able to capitalize on it, but Jelty taking damage from elsewhere. They've done what they needed to do to put them in a bad situation.
Yeah, Jelty taking plenty of chip. They do still have the peppers, though, and honestly, I would have liked a little bit more of a decisive action right at the start of the fight. It seemed like they were debating getting in the car, then they weren't going to get in the car, and now they want to rotate late. And because of this now, you can't go just across the water. If they had just committed to the peppers, committed to the car, ended up driving out as far as they can, and then hopped, they might have ended up being in a better situation. Now, you're forcibly stuck behind this duo who is aware that you're there. They've been holding you the whole time, and this is the team who's right on the border. They need these elims, and you might not even get a chance. You're going to have to pop peppers for HP here, and that's only going to get you an extra 3 storm ticks. He has to find elimination. He's trying to find a line on Buzzo. 2 more seconds. Bye-bye, Jelty. Storm ticks him over. Buzzo and Evolve are going to end up getting that, but not a ton of excess HP there, and we're going to now fly over to some of the replays that we missed from that Storm Surge action right as we saw Evolve actually go down. So here's FJAA with Salvo on his side. FJAA going to end up finding that one, in Foltzy just taking way too much damage over on the side out in the open, and I mean, he wasn't wrong for this lobby anyway.
Oh, 216 below. That looks like this player right here, 116, just tries to hop in, and this is Buzzo's perspective of taking down Krizix and Jelty. What a big moment there for them, taking him out of the game. That opens it up. Third, second, fourth, all have the opportunity to now close that gap and even take that distance away, put Jelty and Krizix in a spot where if everybody below them as well does great, they then are worried. They're going into that 5th game wondering, oh my God, wait a minute, hold on. We need to start to get our footing underneath us. They got to be careful about that. But Epic Whale, Arkham looking good, Wheels, Batman, Puka looking good, and Rays and Pars the same as well.
I love how you say immediately Epic Whale looking good, and then right after that he hits body shot, headshot. Yeah, he's looking good. That's for sure. Some more shots being sprayed out, but they're also very central here, and you can see the team boxing up in metal immediately next to him, drawing fire on their side. They're trying to see if they can get an angle to potentially add fire there. Good job connecting those brick walls to kind of deny the ability, and it's going to give them an angle, just hard spray on this wall, where if they do end up getting eliminations, it's very hard to end up defensively fighting this. But Epic Whale over peaks a little bit there. Once he had the wall replaced, I would have loved to have seen him just back up and reset, kind of catch those guys off guard, but instead, staying out there on a disadvantageous peak. He was on the left hand where his opponent had the right hand. He was able to push him down, but they don't. Russo was able to stick that medkit. If they had gone before that, they would have had a huge advantage, but they have to know that Arkham's right on the other side of the wall. They definitely heard him drop down, and as they begin committing the chug splashes, they're going to back up from that fight. Very smart there, as you can see. Coexy and Static on your right-hand side below Storm Surge, which is potentially going to tick on there. 4 duos will end up taking that damage, and that's going to turn on in just 15 seconds.
38 below. Can they find? Gonna play around the other side of the wall, but they have the pressure to get in. I don't see Stingers on the other side. The shots will come through. They don't need the pressure on the walls. When they're gonna find that solo, and GGEZ will be saying just that. But look, when you go aggressive onto someone this late in the zone, they're gonna find you. And unfortunately, User will go down. And their teammate just says, you know what, I'm sorry, but zone is more important. And that's it at the end of the day. Sometimes you have to wait a minute. They're going to find him, maybe able to get the pickup here.
Somebody who needs a little bit of a pick-me-up, but he'd prefer it in the form of white HP is Batman Boogie. You can see his teammate does have some more of those chili chug splashes, waiting for him to pop all the shields first. So nice little bit of min-maxing here. Coexy back up on his feet, has a medkit as well, so good play over on the other side from Static to be able to work together and make sure they're both up and healthy. And no chug splash is actually committed to Batman Booga, so it looks like they're going to wait for this rotation then to potentially use it. I believe they were Holy One. I might have ended up being mistaken here. So they're going to look through that cone and try to see, yep, nope, Wheels does have one. Going to pop the chili chug splash, good call. So get a little bit of extra HP on Batman Booga, and then hop, skip, and a jump, try and head their way to zone. Maybe try and pick somebody off on the backside of his wheel. Continually checking his left-hand side. He sees he has a teammate to his right, tries to spray some shots towards Punisher, but rightly just going to rotate past and onto these former builds. He doesn't want to use any of his own builds to get into these tunnels. As he knows, he's only down to 22, 23, going to wall off his back. They have to go forward because there's a team directly behind him as well. That chili chug splash effect is also going to run out in about 10 more seconds, so they need to find a little bit of space. It seems like they're just right on the edge of that zone, but they want to try and go for it. They're trying to get the edit down. They're trying to knock their opponent. The bottom right-hand corner. We still have Pars, and Pars is sitting on 4 elims. What did this kid ate his Wheaties this morning?
Where did he find those elims at? Right? Yeah, where? Because I genuinely would want to see that. I definitely want to keep our eye on that, and maybe obviously we can get an analyst package or something coming through.
Look at the zone.
That's where.
Yeah, but look at the zone, Clay. There is not a single soul remotely close inside. Everybody was packed in to just the southern hemisphere. And Pars and Rays, they didn't even build till they were all the way on the edge, and now they get priority for nothing. And this is our duo, who is all the way at the top. Now that we're in the cascading placement points, they are going to pass Jelty and Chris. It's just a matter of time. We're into the top 25, so every single duo that drops is +1 point. However, 8 duos potentially going to be pressured by Storm Surge. With this being the later zone, players are going to start dropping like flies, though, heading towards that magnet. As you see, Snacky actually ends up picking a dub. That's on the Landjock and Punisher. Left side of the screen, you got Wheels and Batman Booger. Right side of the screen, you got Vanilla and Wale just trying to use those mythic web slingers to catch up to his teammate. We're going to swing on board with him as they are 7 below the surge, and the pressure is mounting.
Shots come through. They're going to be above. 47 now. Should be good. 11 players need to fall. Great rotation here, but look at high ground. They've got a beam on them. They've got the angle. They're going to have to use these web slingers to get out of there. They got to do it well. They got to do it perfectly, and they do. Arkham Epic Whale at the front of zone. Vanilla is going to be right actually above them as we move over to Wheels and Batman Booga. Once again, low on white HP here. Not sure where they're taking that damage from, but oh no, they're going to get shot from behind. They got to be careful about that. Batman Booga, though, putting the damage down, but it wasn't enough. Wheels and them will both fall, leaving the door wide open for a lot of teams near the top, including Arkham and Epic Whale.
And you saw those God Rays come down on top of Pars. That means their duo has taken over first place. They have passed Jelty and Krizux, but we're going to swing on over to the current third place duo, Epic Will and Arkham. This is a situation you see them in all the time. They're on basically the third or fourth from low, but they're all the way towards the front side of the zone, and they're going to take a hard angle to try and cut off and get hard mats in people's faces. This allows them to then about face and turn around. Bottom right-hand side of the screen, we got Pars and Rays who have just been putting on a clinic, and Pars doing a great job of just opening up on the backside and spraying shots away. Rays doing a good job of making sure he covers, keeping on Epic Whale in the top right-hand. They're also onto 380 limbs, and again, we talk about them over-indexing on heals. Plenty of chug splashes, has the flopper in play as well as we close in on our top 10.
And Epic Whale was able to find 3 players worth of loot at the bottom, able to get all the way up to maximum mats, puts that armored wall down as well for Arkham so they can get back up. This is beautiful. This is why they play so well, because even though they're separated for a little bit, they can operate independently and not have it be an issue, get back together and be fine. Up into second place now. They're looking to try to make something happen. They're low ground v low ground. Pars and Rays there as well. They are going to meet. They are going to collide. Who's going to get the shot first? Who's going to get that initial engagement? Because they're right on the other side from each other, and we're going through a spot where they're going to have to break their way on through right into Arkham and Epic Whale. Will they be paying attention? Will they be able to find it? And that is going to be the key as we have a massive battle for high ground going over. One of the first there, that Strike Flashes will be used by Arkham and Epic Whale on the low ground. Looks like Pars and Rays have decided to go up a layer, get out of this low ground, but just look at how many materials they have somehow.
So many materials and still 14 worth of metal for Arkham. He also still has one of those armored walls if he needs to be able to just slap that down and provide a little bit of cover, which is what he's doing for Epic Whale right now, just covering him and putting the shots down there. You're first and second on top of each other in 8th and 11th, and they hit a rift. We went over one of the outposts and the rift come through, and Par says, well, high ground's going to be mine. He's just going to pop the glider. Nobody's going to expect him dropping down directly on top of him. So the question is, where is it? They're both up there. So we're going to get a nice little drop. 8th place, they're coming down. You can see the dive happening for Pars. Firelord Zuko on the low ground, continuing his own individual run as Epic Whale ends up taking it down. But no mats. How do you get down from here? You do have the one Mythic Spider-Man. You don't have to get down because the zone bounces directly back over the top. Rays begins platforming his way down, but Salvo ends up picking it up. Pars says, hey, wait for me. He wants to join the party. Heads straight down, but he heads to the backside of the zone. He's able to get the shot, but he's not able to find the second. FJA knocks him down. He cuts it apart, and it's all going to be on Rays to work from the top down as Zuko finds yet another individual Elim. What is Zuko doing?
I don't know, but Arkham and Epic Whale look to put a stop to that as they, again, second place. They're still on 4 eliminations, finding the room to work with. They've got a med mist there for Epic Whale. Arkham will do the best they can to keep them up. That's going to be FJAA going down. That's another elimination. And again, this is kind of back and forth, neck and neck. Rays still up, still using that med mist to try to get back in. It's going to be a 2v1v1. And oh, that's him gone. That's going to be Arkham. No, it's going to be Zuko. Out of nowhere, getting the elimination. I don't know what Zuko is doing.
10 eliminations!
Brought his team up to 3rd place with 10 eliminations. It doesn't matter at this point if he goes down to Arkham and Epic Whale picking the victory. Congratulations. 10 eliminations as a solo?
All right, so second victory royale for Energy Epic Whale and 100 Thieves Arkham. Congratulations, you're going to book a spot through the finals. Everyone knew you would be there. But stealing the show, it doesn't matter if Obama is retired. It doesn't matter where he's chilling because Zuko has been 100% promoted to Firelord. Might as well just give him Avatar level powers at this point because 10 individual Elims and all of those Elims in the feed, he was running through solo. Igor Obama went down ridiculously early. And now I just desperately want to see what that leaderboard looks like because we have seen so many different exchanges, so many amazing individual efforts. But in West, one thing is always consistent, Clay, and Epic Whale and Arkham will find their way to the top of the table.
They will. And I'll say another thing's consistent. Solo clutches. That seems to be West is saying all the time. Solo pop-offs. out of nowhere, Zuko puts his team on his back, says we are getting to the finals. Because remind you, top 8, that's directly a ticket to finals. You don't have to go through semifinals. So that leaderboard shaking up, I'm excited to see how it's gonna unfold.
Yeah, I don't think it's been out of nowhere. Zuko's been lighting it up the whole time. But to show us what went down there, Kelly, Tokata, Panda, break it down.
Thank you so much, Sundown. And Clay, you are completely right. It's NA West, and solo clutches seem to be the name of the game right now. It did go to the way of Arkham and Epic Whale with that VR, but my goodness, Panda, Zuko absolutely dominating.
Yeah, I mean, to see 10 eliminations on him going into that final fight there with Epic Whale and Arkham, that is just insane to think about. Obviously, 10 eliminations as a duo, right, is great. But 10 eliminations by himself, just nutty.
I mean, Takata, for me, though, it looked like there was a moment where that was going to be Pars and Ray's game, and there was an incredible rift play there that I'm so excited that we got to watch.
That's what I love about Fortnite. You don't know what to expect. Them finding the rift on the map, the zone closing in a location that has rifts, and then Ray and his duo making use of that to get the high ground and secure even more placement points. I mean, that was impressive.
And Takata, I do want to talk about something that you got very excited for during the game was a double pick play. So we're going to pull that up right now, and I just want you to break it down for me because it was something that we don't normally see in Fortnite.
I haven't seen a play like that in a while. We saw Static and his duo make use of a double pickaxe, and it almost like they had a harpoon. You can see how quickly that wall was broken instantly. They pickaxed at the same time, 3, 2, 1. Comms were on point and were able to secure a refresh by timing it so well. You can do that with a harpoon as well, like I was saying, but if you don't have access to that and you have your duo partner beside, you see that wooden wall, jump right in the box, get that elimination.
Well, I know that you guys in chat want to see our standings, and I know Sundown does as well, because it seems like a lot of our top 4 teams keep going down early. So who is in top? Well, with 2 VRs, it's definitely going to be Arkham and Epic Whale, 155 points, but only 8 points separate them from Pars and Rays with that incredible rift play. And of course, Zuko and E-Girl Obama jumping up to 3rd place, Panda.
Yeah, absolutely. You're looking at this top 8, and it's really, really solid, but everything's still up in the air, right? That was only game 4, so a couple more games yet to still be played. So, look, anything goes here in these games. We all know this at home. This top 10, while it looks good now, can easily shift here within the next few.
Oh, it's going to change up quickly there, Panda. We also saw Snacky making it to that top 10. A lot of names I'm looking forward to seeing.
Well, with only 2 more games to go, this is where things get really scary. They want to be in the top 8. They want to make it to the finals. And you know what? Let's actually jump into game 5 and head on over to our casters.
Thank you so much, Kelly, Panda, and Tokata. 4 games down, 2 left to go. And I feel pretty comfortable saying our top 2 teams have basically booked themselves a spot, with them 3rd and 4th not too far behind them from really punching a ticket. After that, though, there's about 5 or 6 teams who are right on top of each other, Clay.
And they're fighting for that 8th place and above. I think we're going to have to hop into game number 5, which means after this, we only have 1 more game to go. I am so ready for it.
And with that, there's the bus. Let's hop into the game. Just 2 matches left to go. We'll get a look at where the bus ends up heading through. The question is, though, who's going to be able to step up? Will we see those individual efforts that are so defining of West, or will we continue to just see the dominating run from the 6X?
Back over to Chonkers we'll go. We know there's action afoot here. Looks like another split coming through. Chip not taking any damage this time around. Doesn't have to use any of those guzzle juices. As I say that, Aguilar is going to find him. They've cut each other off. Lime, though, will get a lob, so it could be a 1-for-1 trade if Aguilar's quick enough. But he's got to get in. He's got to find Chip because Lime's coming over very, very quickly.
Yeah, Chip, Lime. Sorry, I just instantly seeing that. I'm like, oh, I love when duos names end up going through. There's nothing better than some lime chips going through there. Maybe add a little salsa in. But the salsa so far has been their gameplay. It's been a little spicy on and off. At first, you're like, oh, this isn't so bad. And then immediately after, you're like, not so sure. They're right in the running, but they'll need to kind of kick it up another notch if they want to keep running it out.
And Angler's not able to get that reboot card right away. So already chipping down that time, and oh no, they're gonna find him line. Not hitting the shot, so he does have that heavy shotgun, so he has to be very precise on the aiming, but doesn't matter when you got that SMG, you can just spray, hold it down, and get those shots. And luckily Remy didn't really actually miss that many, so he didn't have to spray and pray, but good eliminations coming through. That's good Storm Surge, and it's quick, so you don't have to worry about it. This is that angle that Lime ended up having. Look at that. Shots came through, and just beautiful.
I thought for a second there he was about to edit him down with the quick stare edit there, because I think a stare under that ramp would have been it. We haven't seen those actually, the cylindrical stairs on the ramp edits in forever, but it could have been a nice little technique. Didn't need it. As you say, somebody who needs a nice little technique, Fratfly just gets blitzed right there. Didn't even get a chance. And Hound and Prism trying to throw some shots over there, as Vanillas and Wale are one of those 6 teams that we talked about are pretty much right in contention on that bubble, right on top of each other, currently sitting at 102 points.
Frappe has not been having a good set of games. Hasn't really found his identity as a player for their drops. If you take a look here, this is Vanilla's chopping him on down, and this is the perspective of that elimination coming through. Can't really do much when that shotgun's right in your face. Not an opportunity to react, as Vanilla's well disengaged. They don't have a lot of builds, but there's no one around them on this side. They do have to make quite a trick if they want to go. And back over to Zuko and E-Girl Obama. They've kind of started dominating Covert Cavern. We saw Jay Roses get it game number 1, but after that, it's been over to Zuko and E-Girl Obama, and this is where they're starting their eliminations at. This is where they're getting them, and if they get control of that vault, it's just going to be scary.
Yeah, and again, Zuko in the last match set the record for most individual eliminations so far with 10 going through. He has 14 elims so far in the games. He had 3 in another one, and then 1 going through. So really been the backbone of this team so far. However, just getting into that circumstance and picking up those hero points is really what you need to do in a duo circumstance. We talk about the ability you kind of get to clutch, where as in a trio situation, 1v3 doesn't really matter what weapons you have there. Trying to pick up those extra points just becomes that much more impressive. Well, when you end up in a duo situation, that's when you see some of the most absurd clutches in Fortnite history. And I think Zuko potentially had one there on that run. So we're going to swing over to another team who's right in that kind of 4th to 9th bubble range. It's JFT Wheels and Batman Booga.
I mean, I'll be intrigued to see how they perform this game, knowing that they do have that opportunity to drop out, right? I mean, going into game 6, it's a little bit different of a mindset, but game 5, you're sitting in this mindset of, okay, so we played really well, but we still aren't where we want to be. We still have this opportunity to fall out of the top.
I mean, they're in 5th. That's where you want to be right now. And I would also say, when we talk about like kind of that bubble, looking again more specifically at the leaderboard to kind of set the stage for you guys, right? They're sitting at 118 points, which is kind of in the secure range, right? We look at 1st and 2nd, who are at 155 and 147. They're nearly already there. Just a couple more points should be able to comfortably push them in. After that, we then have Zuko and Digital, or aka Igor Obama, and then Krizix Jelty, and then Batman Booga and Wheels, who are at 125, 122, and 118. After that, there's a 13-point drop to Fruit and Tiny, and then you have 4 teams who are all right on top of each other, 105, 99, 95, 95 for those last 4 slots. So need to be conscious of kind of those other teams who are right around you. But as long as these guys are able to make one more endgame, they should be good.
Zuko and E-Girl Obama, who you did say is Digital, trying to do that, and I guess I gotta commend Digital for committing to it as well, right? I mean, he committed to a very interesting name and stuck with it. It seems like, I think he's had this name for a little while, so sticking to it, building that up. But really, I would love to go back and examine that performance from Zuko, because he had 6 elims as a solo. securing 29 points, jumping from 11th to 2nd, which is absolutely ridiculous as a solo. That solo impact score must have been phenomenal there for them. They've decided, you know what, hey, this is enough. We're going to rotate out. We're going to focus on the rest of our game. Because, surprisingly, they didn't get the Volt this time. They are lacking in materials, and I want to keep our eyes on them and how they play this, because the last couple games, they've relied on that Volt to kind of catapult them ahead.
Yeah, it's ended up making a huge difference on their side, but now they're starting to kind of enter tournament management mode. Is now going to swing over to replay here for Pumps and for Clouds, and just trying to rain the shots and diving down into the box and finding some great shots here, cleaning up Pollo and his duo.
Rocky Real is one of these POIs that I feel like gives that nostalgia for a lot of players, but it's one of those ones where contesting it is just not worth it. It's you can split it a little bit, but it doesn't really have that same feel as splitting a Tilted Towers or splitting a Sleepy Sound, right? Sleepy Sound naturally designed to be split, but looks like Salvo and FJAA don't want that to happen as Trey taking down very low the damage from FJAA and Salvo, just too much to overcome, it seems like, for now. The bubble team that has to perform, they have to.
Yeah, they're right there trying to put some pressure right now, currently sitting on 95 points. Again, there's a team who is right on top of them, sitting in 9th on 95. So they own the tiebreaker right now, but it's getting close. And with the zone pulling very far north, they really need to be finding tags on these duos who are around them.
This is one of those interesting splits as well because of the lighthouse there. Got a lot to back up on. Got a lot of loot to grab as well. I'm interested to see how they rotate out.
Right now, hopping on board here, Coexy and User over in the side of the zone, but plenty of fish, plenty of excess utility. They should be able to give these heals out and figure something out, no problem.
Yeah, obviously we know first zone, it's not going to be that detrimental going through. If you're in zone for a while, the sloppers should be able to keep them up. They can find campfires. They can find medkits like right there, as we see. Coex will be able to pop that medkit and be just fine on that rotation. They can swim as well, up that momentum and that movement speed. As we move over, we see Hound trying to get away from Fallen Prism and Fallen Falsey there. As again, a reminder, for everyone that's not within that quote-unquote striking distance, there's still a big game to be played with series points. Because yes, it is about the top 8 that go through for finals. That top 8, there's still a lot of players that'll go through the semifinals after that. So a lot of these players are playing for those series points as well as trying to make a miracle run happen. If they can get up into that top 9, that's going to secure them a lot of series points, which more than likely will secure them a qualification for that qualification in the semifinals.
Yeah, it's all about the series points and just trying to get yourself an opportunity to play more Fortnite, because if you don't make the semifinals, your FNCS is over.
Good shots coming through, but none really connecting, and they're going for it. They want the sea lemon. They can deny a lot to Hound here, but look at that. The web slinger going to come out. It's going to put them in a good spot. Really investing all of the web slingers to try to go for this elimination. Has to be careful here. Is not going to see him. Should know that they're in the bush. Doesn't hear him swinging around. Should look around and see, hey, there's no one here. Probably going to be in this bush. We'll see him probably get that elimination in the feed here. Favs on the other side of the wall, trying to get this player down. That is 1 HP, and both of them getting away just barely. Remy able to sneak away as well as Beast. They're not able to get through, and it's because Snacky wasn't right there with them. But oh no, that's just going to be the FBC coming on through. Snacky getting healed up there on the bubble as well. This is the team right behind. So we are talking about 76 points.
Yeah, on the outside looking in, but they're on a decent gap between the rest of the team. So we kind of talked about that pace. Well, there's a 19-point gap coming into this match between 9th and 10th. So need to be making up a decent amount of space here.
Wheels and Booga. Batman Booga, that is. Considering how they've been playing, I was going to say, be surprised to be below, are going to be 128 damage above. Now dropping below is Epic Whale going to pick up an elimination of the feed. They set themselves up well. inside of zone, they've got those chili chug splashes that they've had every single match. I'm liking that they're not using them on Batman Booga right now because he could find a big shield or use a big shield there on rotation. They're dropping below Surge 100 now. If they keep staying here, they may, but considering how the lobby's going, 74 players, they really don't need to worry about it. Now 92, it'll be more of a worry for next Storm Surge, where they'll have to pay attention to it. But overall, set themselves up really well for this game. Inside a zone, on a high ground position, didn't have to use a lot of mats, still got a lot of heals in their inventory as well. So I'm looking great. It's looking great overall.
It definitely is. And you know what? You may be wondering, this isn't Sundown. It's actually Panda. Because my boys Wheels and Batman Booga are on the screen, I decided to cut in and come hang out with Clay for a little bit while this is all happening, because so much is happening here with this team. You see them doing a great job staying above Surge here, getting a really nice high position to do so. But then you got players like Zuko and Euro Obama. They're in that top 3 spot, and they're just trying to rotate. They're trying to make something happen here, despite other teams being pretty close by in a much more advantageous position.
And they're below, Panda. If you take a look, 5 damage below. Not consequential, right? Not insurmountable, but with only 3 players that are going to be below. Oh, technically 4 if another duo is, right? That's going to be hard. There's no one around them. They don't have the ability to find this damage. They're just going to have to take it.
Yeah, you're absolutely